Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network. And tonight we are going to discuss Claudinia Blanchard's autopsy report. So I'm just waiting for Mac to come in, and hopefully she'll get up here soon. And I'm just going to share this out to everyone. Do 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 doot doot and doot. Hey guys, how is everybody? I do not understand why it blocks some of these messages. It is so bizarre. Hey everyone, hello. Please, as you're coming in, tap and like the screen, share it out there into the algorithm. Please share it out onto your pages. I'm doing okay. Today has been it's been kind of a crazy day. I am extremely tired. I don't know what has been going on, but my sleep schedule has been completely off. But I took a nap and I am doing okay. So I feel like I'm rested and I'm ready to talk about the Elvis one is one of my favorites. You guys know that. So I'm ready to talk about this autopsy report and the toxicology. Now, I have them up on our Patreon, which is patreon.com/goodwivesnet. They are free, so you don't have to pay for them and anything. You can just go and look at the pictures. I also did a full walkthrough of this the other night with me and Ryan and Mac over on YouTube, and we also talked about the idea of what I have you seen the autopsy before now? No, we have not. We have never seen it before. So I also talked about a timeline of events based on the text messages and this actual document of what I am using as a working theory right now. So court didn't happen today. It happens tomorrow, and I don't expect it to be very much. It's either going to be a dismissal of the case, or I'm going to have them go ahead and assign my public defender, because right now I don't have one, because they aren't sure that this kind of charge would even carry any type of jail time, even though last time that's what the prosecutor said. Now, I have gotten a plea deal from the prosecutor that I have promptly turned down. I informed the court of why today, and I'm hoping that, I do think the GoFundMe's are real. It comes from a source that's very reliable for me. She's never, ever put out anything that she can't prove before, so I do believe. That's Penny, and I love her, and she's over on Facebook, and she does a lot of good work exposing the lies behind the stories of Gypsy Rose and her family. So just waiting for Mac to come. Mac attack, where are you? Da 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 da. Mac attack. Anyway, it's wild that she still wants anything to do with the courts. It's all wild. It's all wild. Now, you do know that my court case with Gypsy Rose, however, is over, and that was dismissed a long time ago on June 5th, and it has not been reopened, and I don't believe it's from, Alcidia comes from her great-grandma. I think that's where Alcidia comes from. I believe it was a family name. I think it's one of the grandmothers or one of the great-grandmothers. I can't remember. I'd have to go look for it, but yeah. But anyway, hopefully we will have a good live tonight talking about this. Like I said, we've already put it out once already, and we have it up. Did you see Dan Penderson said abuse had nothing to do with the crime? Why did he give her the deal? Allie, where did he say that? Because I've got a lot of questions for Mr. Patterson. So, okay, that was Emma's mother. Yeah, see, I thought so. Yeah, so it was her great-grandma. Yeah. So, I haven't seen that. Maybe I haven't, I just missed it, but yeah, nothing. The abuse had nothing to do with this murder, and I don't understand. Why. It just is insane. And we're going to cover a couple of things tonight. My books are out. 2 of them are out. The third one will be out. And you know what? I'm really glad that we delayed it long enough that we will be able to put this report in there, along with my analysis of where I think this takes us. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm really happy that we did not rush to put the third book out, that we didn't rush to put any of them out. Now, the first book, obviously, there was some grammatical and formatting errors, and apparently at some point in time, when we were replacing how we were spelling Dee Dee, I just wiped out Dee Dee somewhere, and there's like blanks where there's no Dee Dee. So we are fixing that, and that will be done this week, and we'll have a new. No, I do not believe she was abused at all. Nope, not even a little bit. No. I don't know, and I'm not going to worry about it, Alicia. It's okay. Okay. So my books are on Amazon. You can find them there. They're available in most countries that Amazon delivers to, or you can go on my website for a signed copy. It is a little more expensive to get the signed copy, but you can do so. And if you are in a country that Amazon does not ship to, you can send me a message at tipsforgoodwives.com, give me your address, and I will plug it in and tell you exactly how much shipping would be. And if you decide that you want to do that, then you are going to, then I'll give you a personalized checkout, and you guys can do that. Mac, are you here yet, baby? I'm waiting for her. I don't know where she went. Hold on, let's see if she's coming. I know she said she was. So welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's the same name, The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime, or the companion. Oh, she thought I said 8:30. Okay, the companion to The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime. It is part 2. So there's a part 1, there's a part 2, and there will be a part 3. So you've got all of those. They'll all be up there within this month. Everything, single one of them will be available. At Christmas time, we are going to put out a hardback cover in full cover. That's what we're going to go through tonight is the autopsy. No medications in her system. You're right. Yep. Thank you, Candy. I really appreciate that. I don't know if I saw the video, that whoever asked me if I saw the video, but I will 100%. I will, if you send me or tag me in it, it will alert me and I will watch it for sure. I try to watch everybody's little videos that they send, and I try to always comment. There's my Mac attack. Let's go, girlfriend. There she is. Hey, Marty Mart.
Hello there.
Hello. How are you tonight?
I'm doing rather well. How about you?
Doing good.
I had a little reporting to do.
Yeah, I know.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit on this bogus fundraiser that she's freaking, asking for money for that baby that she's not going to have on social media at all. That baby, that one,
or her new, I think the people in the chat should know. Little Miss Gypsy and Ken have a nice little GoFundMe set up.
I already posted it.
But I thought she was an influencer.
I thought she was an influencer. I thought she had a book.
Is she an influencer on how to do
movie and another Lifetime series and a movie?
Yeah.
But
I guess she's an influencer of how to con. That's my guess.
I think so. Yeah. How to fake a schmurder and frame your boyfriend doing it. Yeah, that's
let me show you how to railroad somebody from top to bottom.
Right. I think somebody has. I think there's been a little bit of donations on them, but I don't, so I don't know. But that's not what we're going to talk about tonight.
No, that was just what was holding me up.
Like, why did she change all her social names? That's a very good question, isn't it? Because now she's turned it over to her media team, the Red Banyan Timu media team, who thinks it's really cute to buy, bought things and put them all over bot comments and put them all over content creators, things, Yeah, she can be reported for that. It is. Is it for an LLC? No, it's not for an LLC.
I don't think so.
I'm not going to be having anybody up in the panel right now until we get through all of this, and it's going to be quite a long while. So I've got a lot of information flowing into us at this time. We've got information coming in about the men that Gypsy had in her life, multiple men. We have information coming in about the crime scene and all of that. We have information about some of the things that we found on Thought Catalog a long time ago when I was able to speak to some people. So we've got a lot of stuff coming for you guys, and it's all going to be start putting together our documentary series. It's all a distraction, you know. That's our final book. It'll be our final book. We're going to really probably end up doing, I think it's going to be an 8-book series at this point. I really did not think so. I was going to do 3 and be done. It was going to be just the podcast book, the Nick book, and then our journey book.
And Dee Dee.
Yeah, well then I added Dee Dee. So that was when I got to 4. Then we found out we couldn't put the whole 1,500 pages and plus into a book.
Yeah.
So we, oh honey, I don't need a Netflix deal. I don't need a Netflix deal. I have my own network and I'm working on getting that funded. That's what we really
we're gonna be doing it a sale.
Funding of the project, and here's why. Yeah, book 2 is already out. Here's why. I've been offered this several times and I turned it down, and there was one very good reason for doing so is that I did not want to have to deal with a network telling me what my narrative could be. And I do believe that happened to Aaron. I believe that probably happened to Sophie, who did Gypsy's Revenge. I'm sure it happened to Michelle Dean in some ways.
Hey, Emma.
So I never wanted to do that. And so I've always just been looking for it to be independently funded so that we could get it together and not be told what narrative we were selling, because the only narrative that I have is truth. So we can put together a Indiegogo. We've thought about doing something like that. We've talked about going and, kind of crowdfunding the project. So there is a lot of stuff. Yeah, I have my own streaming service. It's just not up yet because last year my ex-partner and a bunch of people that she fucked over afterwards tried to steal my company from me. So it's not fun. It's not fun, but it's going to be fine. We're going to get it all up. It happened exactly how it's supposed to have happened, and I'm absolutely 100% happy with the way things have gone. The companion to The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime, Season 1, Dee Dee Blanchard, or the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard, and then there's Part 1 and there's Part 2. So that's what it is. Thank you, Corn. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia. Love you. Love you. Amazon and on my website, thegoodwivesnetwork.com, if you want an autographed copy. All right, so we've got about 349 people in here. Please go ahead and keep tapping and sharing this out, guys. We are going to talk about the autopsy, the talk screen, and a theory that Amy and I have been working on based on these things from the timeline of text messages between Nicholas and Gypsy from the 6th through the 10th or the 11th. They left on the 12th. So there's quite a bit of different things. But from the 6th to the 10th, there's some questions we have, So we'll be going to that later. I'm going to go grab a drink. Matt, could you maybe set us up with what, you've already talked about this once. What was your big takeaways from this and kind of what you're thinking, on, first seeing this autopsy and how it really, Planted Bunny is here.
Yeah, get her out.
You know what? Let her stay. As long as she doesn't say anything in the chat that's shitty, let her stay. Maybe she'll get educated today.
Well, my first impression when I saw the autopsy was pretty much everything we were kind of thinking, and that was that she was already on her way out when he got in there because, well, it says how there was basically no defensive wounds. So to me, that would mean she was pretty much out. while it was happening.
Well,
That's
if she
my
says
thought.
something shitty, then she'll say something shitty and she'll be shown the door. And if she reports my live, I'll be sure to make sure that TikTok knows about it and my
Yeah.
lawyer knows about it.
Yeah.
So
She just
I got enough.
add to the list. Add her to the list.
How are you tonight, Kara? You doing good? Yeah, I know your name.
Yeah.
I sure should too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I know all your names.
Yep.
Every single one of you. Every single one of you.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to get the jackasses out of here.
Yeah.
Plain and
If they're
simple.
rude, fine. Okay, so
Respectful, cool. Rude, bye.
bye. So this, what I have, I've put it up on our Patreon for free. We have gone through it we've gone through it and on YouTube. And now I wanted to come and discuss it tonight on TikTok so you guys would have it. But if you want the actual pieces to this, thank you, moderator. Thank you. See, they can't be respectful. It's just, wow.
Yeah.
Patreon to me, please. Okay, so Patreon is generally, it's a paid service. You can support your favorite content creators in there. They usually do some extra content and stuff, and we always put all of our information in there. But there is a public level that is free, and because this is information I believe the public needs to have, just like the medical records that I put out there, and just like the crime scene photos that have been put out there, I felt like this was important. And so I'm not charging for this at all. It is on my public level. I have other levels from anywhere from $1 to $50 a month, depending on it. And we are working on putting new content in there and coming up with a schedule for everything. Our plate is starting to come. I think our plate is starting to get a little less full. With these books getting out, once we finish the books, that's going to give us a lot more time for everything else.
To do some more projects.
Some more projects. We've already planned out our season 3 of The Good Wives Guide to True Crime podcast. We'll be covering Family Annihilators and Mama Unalivers. The ones that mamas that unalive, not mama unalivers, mamas that unalive. And so we're going to be covering that. We'll be talking about Chris Watts, Diane Downs, Andrea Yates, Casey Anthony, John List. So we've got all of those. We have about 20 cases that we pulled together. We always do 3 to 4 episodes. We try to find an expert that's involved. And, we're going to have our wonderful, I'm going to be with my 2 Amy's. I'm so excited about this. We're really, really excited about it.
I am too.
Amy's going to be this one, and my other Amy Ray is going to be on there with me, and we're coming back. It's been a while since we've recorded, and so it's time to get back into the studio. It's time to get back into the studio. It has never been the Gypsy show as much as everybody likes to make it, but it's just. I'm so excited to what we have coming forward. Okay, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through the investigation. We're going to go through the autopsy tonight. I'm going to read it to you. If you guys do want to follow along, then you can do so by going over to our Patreon and pulling up the pictures. So I can't really show them very well here. I'm sorry, guys. It doesn't work as well with TikTok as it does. Alrighty, so we'll read it all to you, and then you can go look at it. So I'm on page 1, and it starts by saying this is the final diagnosis of the post-mortem examination of the body of Claudine Blanchard. It does have the E on the end. People have been asking about that. That's because at the time that this report was made, and at the time that they performed the autopsy at the coroner's office, the medical examiner's office. I'm sorry, this is a medical examiner, not a coroner. They are different. In the state of Missouri, it is a medical examiner, not a coroner. Okay. A coroner can be somebody else. They don't have to have a medical degree. A medical examiner actually is a doctor. So this was prepared by Jeff Harkey. He's the MD that was on it. And it was prepared September 22nd, of 2016. So well after he had done the autopsy, he is putting this up together, and it was probably submitted into the court for that, which I don't understand why this was never used. It's very, very concerning.
Right.
I also have a lot to talk about with that, with the David situation, with Nick's appeal from 2022. There's just a lot. It's just, there's so much coming down the pipeline right now as we're beginning to really get past all the film and the veil that was there and really get into this case, not the drama surrounding this case, not all the bullshit lies that you've been told for 9 years by this lying family, but the truth behind this. And, you know, when I talked about getting this autopsy, I had some concerns. I said that it was either going to do one of two things. It was going to completely confuse us and be very inconclusive, or it was going to give us everything we wanted. And I'm thankful to say I believe the latter is coming true.
Yep.
We've already done this on YouTube, and yes, I can put this one up there on YouTube, but the YouTube audience does not understand TikTok lives very much at all. They are very confused by them. They don't like them. But
Right.
yes, I will put this one up there. I'll be doing that from now on. If I do a TikTok live, I will put it back up over there, so you guys have things like that, because you guys raise different questions than, you know, my YouTube family. So, but anyway, first of the report. So investigation to date reports that Ms. Claudine Blanchard was found lying prone, which means face down, in her bed at her residence. Ms. Claudine Blanchard was pronounced dead at the scene at 3:13 p.m. on June 14th, 2015. Now, that's the first problem we have. And you know what's really funny is Ryan caught this. I did not catch this when I first read through it, but I did get it at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So she brought this up. So if you, and I made a video about it today. She made a video about it today that you can watch up here on TikTok, and I will put it over on our YouTube as well. I'm not quite sure how you can pronounce a body dead. Yes, there are photos of the thermostat showing that it was 45. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure how you pronounce a person dead at a scene when you have never entered the scene yet. The call went out from Kimberly and David Blanchard at 3:15 in the afternoon on June 14th. The police officers did not arrive till between 3:40 and 3:57. They did not go inside the house for many, many hours. They actually issued a missing persons on both Dee Dee and Gypsy based on the fact that David Blanchard entered the home. I do not believe he went through a window. I believe he went through a door, and I do believe he also had a key. So I am very sure that he has said that before. I know that other people in the neighborhood had keys to the house, so it was just very, suspicious to me. And the more and more I learn about Mr. Charles David Blanchard, the more and more suspicious I get of him and his merry band of sons. Just I have real suspicions there. But anyway, the reason that they get there is David is supposedly crawling through a window, and he goes into the house. He looks around. He gives 3 different stories of what he did or did not do in the home. And then he comes out and opens the front door. They ask him to leave the residence. He does. They close the door. Have I spoken to David Blanchard? Actually, yes, I have. I've spoken to his wife, Kim, too. Christy actually had me call them and speak to them. Ronnie, please stop. Speak to them while I was sitting in her house in Louisiana with my daughter. Yep, I actually have spoken to both of them.
Yep.
They lied. I can guarantee you that. But I didn't know at the time they were lying. But what do I think of him? I think he's sus as fuck. That's what I think. So anyway, back to this time right here, 3:13 p.m. on June 14th. So if they didn't enter the home until between 8 and 10 p.m. on the 14th, then I don't know how she was pronounced. No, he's not related. how she was pronounced dead at the scene at 3:13 p.m. That's when the call went out. That is not when the medical examiner went in. So the medical examiner, I don't know if you guys know how this works. When they get a call to a crime scene, they have to go in before anything else can happen. They cannot do any investigation. They can't do anything like that until the medical examiner arrives on the scene and pronounces the person dead. Mm-hmm. So, and generally what happens is they will pronounce them dead, and it will say exactly what time he arrived, the medical examiner arrived, when they saw the body. That's the time of actual pronouncing of the death. Then they take the body back to their office. They do their examination. They do their investigation of things. And then they come up with an actual time of death and a cause of death. So this is suspicious already because he's declaring her dead and the man has never even been in the scene.
Right.
That's weird to me. Just freaking bizarre, beyond bizarre. What do you think, Matt?
It's not just a matter, like, you can't just say, oh, it must have just been some confusion. No, that's pertinent information. That is very important to get right.
Right.
You know, so yeah, it's sus, but go ahead.
Right. So, okay, so the first thing he says right here in the beginning is going to shock you. Medical history of asthma. Could that explain all of the inhalers in the closet? Gastroesophageal reflux disease. So GERD. Thyroid disease. Diabetes. Headaches. Hyperlipidemia. That's the gallbladder. Mm-hmm. Endometrial cancer. Do you guys remember what the first story is that Gypsy told Nicholas in the offer of proof? It is in the offer of proof. They asked him about it. Mm-hmm. The original story was what? What, Mac? What was it?
Cancer.
And why would he need to do it? It was a mercy.
It was a mercy. Schmurdy.
Yeah, and it was just, I just think that it would be the best for her to go this way. Right. I'd rather her be carved up with a jabber than die from cancer. Right. So, oh yes, the hyperlipidemia. I'm sorry, that one is the cholesterol. You're right. I'm sorry. It's down here further where we get the thing for the gallbladder. Sorry. You're right. Okay.
The gallbladder is that fancy one.
That
cholecystectomy.
Yeah, we tried to look it up and I still can't fucking say it right. I'm sorry, I just can't.
Peter Morbid nailed it. I couldn't believe it. He was like, boom. He nailed it right away. It was like, right on.
Yeah, I was like, wow. So yes, that thing, that exactly, Jessica. Yes, that. So basically, here's what's going to happen. You're going to find out that there is actual proof of Dee Dee being at the Hope Lodge. Haven't we heard the Hope Lodge before? Isn't that where Jip stayed when she was there and she had cancer? We did.
She did.
I think she did. And there are actually pictures. She was type 1 or type 2. I believe she was type 2. She was heavily obese, and so I do believe it was type 2. So they stayed at the Hope Lodge. Mm-hmm. Dee Dee has pictures inside the Hope Lodge of her getting her head shaved, and Gypsy's head. They tried to say that she was doing it in solidarity with Gypsy. I think it's the other way around.
I think it's the other way around too. I think a lot of things.
Diagnosed by a doctor with it. Are you serious? Yes.
He's talking about Gyp shit, I think.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about Gypsy? Because Gypsy did not have cancer.
Yeah, I think that's who she's
not that we have
about.
found.
Yeah.
Yes, Dee Dee was absolutely diagnosed, and it's going to tell you that in a minute here. Okay.
Right. You can chat when we're done.
Yeah. Okay. So then the next part here is surgical history of hernia repair, appendectomy, tonsillectomy, which she did have when she was little. That's the one picture that you have of Dee Dee in the hospital early on when she's a kid. That's what she was having in the tonsillectomy, the hysterectomy, and then the gallbladder removal. So the hysterectomy was done after the endometrial cancer was found, And instead of doing the radiation and everything, now she may have gone through some of that, but ultimately they did the hysterectomy and they removed the endometrial cancer, which, if you remember, Jip Jip said that, oh man, I was taking care of my mom. She was sick. And I just thought, what if she lives to be 70? I don't want to wait that long.
Oh, I know.
So, that's
good to have a daughter like that. I just,
I would love a daughter like that. Wouldn't you love a daughter like that? It
warms the cockles of my heart.
Yeah. She's only carried you around on her back and put you in hammocks and giving you every freaking trip
to
the
you in your freaking and your big
anything you wanted.
A stroller, basically, is what that shit was a big ass stroller for her.
Right. So, but she couldn't be bothered.
Right.
So I honestly believe this is the inciting incident for what happened and why it became oh my goodness, mama has to die. And I think it's because Dee Dee beat the cancer. And she had cancer books all over her house. She had one of eating healthy through cancer. She had diabetes books. She didn't have any of the books that Christy and Gypsy said were all around there to explain Gypsy's condition, so that she was really good at explaining them to the doctors and creating those symptoms. You know why? Because they were all real.
Yep.
Facts. Oh, I love this one. This one was my favorite.
I know, I do too.
Yep. And exactly, Smiley Jean. She knew what was wrong with her and wasn't getting attention anymore. I agree with you. I think that is.
Sorry if I miss any comments to approve. It goes fast, and yeah.
Right.
Sometimes it's making us approve them. I don't even understand why. It's not that you're saying anything wrong. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
We don't either. We have no idea. I have none. Okay. Exactly. What's done in the dark always comes to the light.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
That is
to see.
That's right.
This is a very, very wide and very, very deep web of lies. It involves multiple people. It involves multiple stories. It's just a big old chaotic mess, and we have done our best for the 8 years to try and get through this and explain it in the best ways we have, and we've screwed up sometimes because we had some faulty information. So going on, so we've got the surgical history. Now we're just going to say that the autopsy findings of multiple jab wounds and multiple incised wounds. Okay, so the jab wounds are the 17 actual jabs that broke the skin into it, and they're all very, very deep. They're a deeper wound. Now, the incised wounds, they are typically more shallow, but they're usually longer in length. And we looked all these things up for you guys so we would know how to explain it to you well.
Right.
I did a much better job, I think, on the first night that I did it over YouTube because I don't have all these questions flying.
Right.
But that's what, so that means that they are this, right? So the toxicology comes back on this as non-contributory. So what that means is they did not find anything in the autopsy that they would explain that she died of that rather than these multiple jab wounds and these incised wounds.
Right.
So going further down into the page, it says, it is my opinion that Claudine Blanchard, a 48-year-old white female, died of injuries of the neck, back, chest, and abdomen due to multiple 17 jab wounds and multiple incised wounds. Her manner of death is ruled a homicide. So I want you guys to understand there are no defensive wounds on Dee Dee.
That's what I was saying when you went and got your drink. That's what it, with no defensive wounds, it really solidifies a lot of what we were thinking. A lot of what we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It just, I hope that Dee Dee was passed when this all happened. I hope.
I really do too. I really hope
I hope that they gave her a hot shot or something because it's brutal. It's brutal. Right. If you think she's innocent and she did her time, and she should be left alone.
I didn't do the actual
fucking bricks right down the road.
Mm-hmm.
because this is disgusting.
I don't identify because I'm not the one who did the actual.
I don't have to remind you every time that I'm not the one who did this.
Right. And by the way, when I'm in public at a public park, don't take pictures of me.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Charles is David Blanchard. Yes. His name is Charles David Blanchard. He also goes by a couple other aliases.
Well, I'm just learning that. I just learned that yesterday. His first name is Charles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something new every day with this.
Okay. So second page here is the postmortem examination of the body of Claudine Blanchard. It says on June 15 at the Greene County Medical Examiner's Office in Springfield, Missouri, a postmortem examination was performed on the body of Claudine Blanchard, an adult female. The autopsy was performed under the authority of Missouri state law. The examination was conducted by medical examiner Jeff Harkey, MD, and assisted by Tom Vanderberg of the Medical Examiner's Office, and we began at 12:50 p.m. History. Prior to her death, Ms. Claudine Blanchard has lived with her daughter in a residence in Springfield, Missouri. After their neighbors reported to the Greene County Sheriff's Office that both women were missing, a search warrant was obtained and deputies entered the Blanchard residence on June 14, 2015. Ms. Claudine Blanchard was found lying prone in her bed. There were obvious signs of death. No resuscitation efforts were begun. Ms. Claudine Blanchard was pronounced dead at the scene at 3:13 p.m. on June 14th, 2015. He's very clear about the fact that that's the time it happened. It certainly didn't happen at that time, but
No.
I mean, he's notated it twice now. So I have some questions for you, Mr. Harkey. I really do. I'd like to know why you pronounced a body dead when you did not have eyes on a body.
Right.
I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned. Keep going. The Greene County Medical Examiner's death investigator was called to the scene and reported that Claudine has incised wounds of the neck and multiple jab wounds of the back and torso. Medical records dated June 2nd, 2015. Oh, the Harkeys are corrupt too? Oh, Mama Bean, do you know them? I'd like to pick your brain. Hit me up at tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com.
Yeah.
If you are from the area, I want to hear from you. I want to know what your opinion is of the case. I want to know what you think about, hey, Ryan, I want to know what you think about what happened. I want to know what you think about Mr. Patterson. I want to know what you think of the sheriff's office and the police station. So if you are in the area, please, please, please get a hold of me.
Yeah. Only if you're really in the area. Don't just say it. Be really from the area.
Right, right. Ryan, I don't know if you're wanting to come up or not, babe, but I don't know if you're going to go live on YouTube or what you're planning on doing, but just let me know if you want to come up. All right, so.
Hey, Ryan.
The medical records dated June 2nd, 2015, indicated that the descendant has a past medical history of asthma, gastroesophageal reflux disease, so the GERD, the thyroid disease, diabetes, headaches, hyperlipidemia, and endometrial cancer. She had a surgical history of hernia repair, appendectomy, tonsillectomy, hysterectomy, and the cholecystectomy. I can't say that.
Cholecystectomy.
Cholecystectomy. There we go. Her prescription medications were not listed in the medical record. However, I have them. I have those in my files. And it was reported that medications at the scene were collected by the Greene County Sheriff's Office, which is really interesting because I don't see them in any of the logged lists of evidence that was collected, and it sure as shit didn't look like they collected them from that cabinet.
No.
I know that the shaky baby was sitting right there
right by her bed.
Right next to her bed. I don't believe that was bagged. They did have her bag an actual power cord, which I think is interesting. Not the shaky baby, but the power cord. That's important. Was the top of Dee Dee's head damaged in any way? Yeah, there's some damage to Dee Dee's head. Yeah. So basically, Matt, you came up with a really interesting idea as to why you thought the medicines might have been labeled the way that they were.
I thought maybe Dee Dee labeled them for Gypsy, so she knew which medication to give her mom.
Right. No, I don't know if there's anything to the top, but there definitely is other injuries to the head.
Yeah, it wasn't on the top. She's right. But there was injuries to her skull.
Right. Okay. So general observations. We're on page 3 now, or it says 2, so they didn't count the top sheet. So this is page 2. The body was received in a body bag that was secured with a tamper-evident seal and that was marked with the descendant's identifying information. A medical examiner's identification tag was on the left ankle. So in the crime scene photos where you see the tag, that's actually from the medical examiner. The body was that of a well-developed, obese white female whose appearance was consistent with the given age of 48 years old. The body measured 5 foot 2 inches in length and weighed 255 pounds. The body was received clothed in a white nightgown with a floral print. There were multiple cuts in the upper back of the nightshirt, and these defects corresponded to the position of jab wounds on the back of the descendant's body. The upper front of the nightshirt was bloody, as was all of the back of the nightshirt. There was a religious pendant on a string necklace that was about the neck. Cuts in the necklace corresponded to cuts on the back of the descendant's neck. Paper evidence bags were in place over the hands. Prior to further examination of the body, the fingernails were clipped and collected. Oral swabs, vaginal swabs, and rectal swabs were collected. Combed down their hair and pulled down their hair was collected, and pulled head hair was collected. The clothing, as well as all of the items of trace evidence, were taken into evidence by the Greene County Sheriff's Police. It goes on to say the evidence of medical resuscitation intervention is none. And now we're going to start to get into these wounds. There were 17 stab wounds. For purpose of descriptions, the stab wounds are numbered 1 through 13. The number is arbitrary, and it is not intended to indicate the order in which the wounds were received. So first we're going to go over the upper middle back. There are 13 jab wounds in the upper middle back. And Ryan did this thing where she tried to figure out if they could all be done by a left hand. She determined that there were at least 3 that could not in any way, shape, or form be done by a left-handed person.
The ones that were on her side, right?
Right, I think so.
Yeah.
And so
and those were the ones that hit
it would have had to have been like a crossover this way or that. It just wouldn't. It wasn't going to work.
Or if it was two-fisted, but either way,
yeah.
It was the ones on the side, I think, that hit her vital organ.
Right. And actually, the criminologist, what's the 4, 10, 11, Ryan? What are you telling us? The numbers, 4, 10, and 11. Okay, yeah. Fantastic. Gotcha. So I was talking to a criminologist about this with the going up and down with 2 hands. She said that actually would not give it any more stability, that it actually would be a harder way for him to use that, and it would have less control than if it was a one hand with the knife. I found that interesting. And she said that she did not believe that it was that way, and it would be indicative of other descriptive words that would be in here indicating that it was 2 hands. So that's the one of the experts that I've talked to is professional opinion.
The one she's talking about, they are on her. The one Ryan's talking about, they are on her back. Yeah, and they're all slanted. In a right-handed, you know what I mean, as a right-handed jabber.
Yeah, Dee Dee's sister read it. I haven't heard from the family yet.
On the right side.
I have, I still have family connections, and I did not know if they had read this yet or not. I'm sure they're devastated, but I don't have a lot of love for the family, to be honest with you, because they have all participated in crucifying their sister. And I believe they sold out, and it's very heartbreaking for me.
And I want to say that we do not mean any disrespect to Dee Dee.
No.
By going over this, we really, really want to find justice for her and for Nick.
Yeah. So the family has discussed going after her for wrongful death. Some of them are. I don't know about Claudia. Claudia appeared in the videos. I do not believe Dorla has. I really don't know, but I can tell you that the stories they told me and the stories that they've told other people.
He could be Strawberry.
I don't believe that they have been truthful.
Right.
So
right.
I'm sorry, I just don't.
Yeah.
It's very upsetting to me. I like Claudia just fine. I like Darla just fine. I have met the brothers. They're fine to me when we sat there. I just don't understand why everyone has been so eager to crucify Dee Dee, and to say things that cannot be proved. And I do want to say, though, that the story about her unaliving their mother has been proven to not be true. They also do not believe that Dee Dee poisoned Maura, her stepmother. I have some inside information on that I'm working on right now. But here's the thing. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second, but that's also just really hard. I know.
Okay.
So I was watching a put together video of some clips the other day. It was in that video that you sent me, Mac, where it showed Christy from the Lifetime show talking in front of Emma's grave. And she literally says that she asked Claudia or Dorla that, do you think that she had anything to do with your mama Emma's death? And she says that the sister said, well, I didn't, but I wonder now. So that was put into their head, from what I can tell, by Christy, who has absolutely 100% tampered with the narrative of this story. No doubt in my mind.
Yep.
Absolutely no doubt in my mind. We have already watched Becca Scoops. We talk with her.
Yeah.
Yes, Nick is left-handed. He could be ambidextrous. It's unlikely that he would have used his less dominant hand to do this on a first time. However, I do know, I think Ryan is lefty, and I think a couple other people have said that, yes, they write with their left, but they do everything else with their right. So there could still be that. I mean, it's just inconclusive, but there's a lot to be, telling you to take in here. There's a lot. So
I think it was, he had two hands on it.
I don't at all. Because you saying that, though, to me, that means you don't think anybody else participated. And
No. I'm just saying that I think that's probably what he did. I think he used two hands because of the situation, and he knew that this had to be the way it had to be. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because I don't think he could.
What happened? You don't think he what?
I don't think he could have got her in the side like that, even if he did use two hands.
Right. I do believe that Nick was there. I do believe he did at least the 4. I've read some more about that in the case file, and there's been a lot of confusion as to what Nick actually said in the interrogation. And after you read the case file, where Mahali actually gives a breakdown of what he said to her, she even clears up the section where it's like, what was he saying about she went with it and all of that kind of stuff, where he's mumbling to himself. She gives a full transcription of what he actually said, and it is very interesting. And so
the only thing that I have found with Nick is the 4 jabs. Everything else has been up for debate. What he said, what Dee Dee said, what Gypsy said, all that crap, right? But the 4 jabs is the only thing I know that's for sure from Nick.
Right. And he does say something later, and we can go over that for you guys, but it's in the case file, and it's very interesting. I covered it this morning with Aunt Mac as we were reading it. So I'll be putting an actual video out about that in just a little while. So probably tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go with these 13 jab wounds. So behind the top of the left shoulder. Hey guys, please, we're not going to take anybody up in the box right now. Behind the top of the left shoulder, this is number 1, oriented longitudinally, 1 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is about 8.5 inches below the top of the head, and 4 5/8 inches to the left of the posterior midline of the body. Now, a lot of these are midline. That's another reason why it's hard to tell who was doing the jabbing, because it's in the center, and so it gives it a different way of being looked at, I guess.
Right.
All right, so there is a sharp upper end and a sharp lower end, which means that both pieces that went in and came out were sharp. There is definitely other things that happen with this. There is differences on each different jab as to what was being used and what was not, what was not being used as the weapon, as the way it was being done. There's quite a difference of things here. But this one was sharp upper end, sharp lower end, and the wound direction is back to front. So that means that all of these wounds went in from the back and head towards the front. Now, this one specifically says wound direction is back to front. It does not indicate anything from like left to right or anything like that, which they do see earlier, right? Later. The wound track is 3 1/8 inches deep. It passes through the skin, fat and muscle, and ends on the posterior surface of the left upper rib. So that's the first one. The second one is center of the upper back. It is oriented somewhat transversely, which would be upside down. The 5/8 of an inch on the skin surface. Center of the wounds is 11 1/4 inches below the top of the head and 5/8 inches of the left of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left superlateral end and sharp inferomedial end. Now, we explained those in the YouTube video. You guys can go over there for more details about it. It's basically telling you how the blade went in and how it came out. So there's some different things there. This is also wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 1.5 inches deep. It passes through skin, fat, and muscle. Yes, there were 2 different knives purchased, or not purchased, but stolen. And yes, that would explain the difference in the cuts, of course. Yes. Yes.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
What?
So one had one and one had the other?
Maybe. And that other one's never been found.
I know. And they still didn't check the drain or whatever that was in the road.
Nope. They never tested any of the DNA evidence that they collected. They collected DNA evidence from David. They never tested it.
We need to get this relooked at.
I know.
Totally.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so number 3 is the left side of the upper back. It's oriented obliquely, 1 3/4 inch on the same skin surface. Center of the wound is 11.5 inches below the top of the head, and 4 3/4 inches to the left of the posterior midline of the body. It is again a sharp left superolateral end and a sharp inferomedial end. Wound direction is back to front and left to right and downward. Now, I looked this up.
Right.
This is where it becomes, is it a right hand or a left-handed jabber, right? So when I looked this up, my husband and I argued about it in the car for like 20 minutes. And then when I looked it up and explained it to him, he totally got why I was saying what I was saying. This right here is indicative of a right-hand stabber. And the reason being is if you go in like this downward, when you go like this with your right hand, your natural is to go this way. Mm-hmm. And then when you pull it out, you kind of shift your hand back and up the other way. So it's going left to right, left to right, left to right. Okay. If it was going, if you were left-handed, it would go in right to left, right to left, right to left.
Right.
Okay. So that's the difference. And that's why this indicates that, yes, it was a right-handed person making these specific ones. So if it says left to right and downward, that's going to be your right hand. All right.
Right.
The wound track is 5 inches deep through the skin. So this is the big one. This is really big.
Right.
Fat and muscle of the chest wall to where it penetrates into the left chest through the muscles of the third left intercostal space. Perforates the upper edge of the lower lobe of the left lung at the oblique fissure, then perforates the inferior position of the upper lobe of the left lung. No, Nicholas is left-handed. Perforates the posterior wall of the pericardial sac. Perforates the posterior wall of the left atrium of the heart next to the mitral valve. And I believe that this one is what actually was the fatal blow. Mm-hmm. I believe once the heart was nicked, then that was the beginning of 100% death.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think this is the final blow. I think this is the one that actually takes her out. I don't know when it happened. I mean, some could be postmortem, but I do not. This one is the one I think does it. Now, I want to talk a little bit about these chest cavities. Now, you're going to hear that they fill with quite a bit later on, okay?
Right.
It fills with blood. They do fill with blood. So there was an amount of internal bleeding. It was very minimal. When I get to that, I'm going to explain to you all about that. I'm going to talk to you about how much blood is in a body, and how much she actually had inside of her, and why, even though yes, there was an amount of internal bleeding, that is not what happened. She did not internally bleed and bloat and all of the things that have been said about that. That's not what happened. And it shows very much so in this report. There are specific words that indicate that she bled out.
Right.
And not internally. The center of the upper back is oriented, so this is number 4, oriented somewhat longitudinally, 7/8 inches on the skin surface. Center of the womb is 11.5 inches below the top of the head.
Skip 3.
No, that was the heart.
Oh, that was the heart. Okay.
That's the heart one.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Okay.
My bad. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, hold on. Center of the womb is 11.5 inches below the top of the head and 5/8 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Blunt upper end and sharp lower end. So what this would indicate is that maybe the butt of the knife or the butt of a 2x4 or punching might have like cut a little bit, but then it flips around and then it uses the sharp lower end. So it's a blunt force and then a sharp lower end of a stab that goes inside of that blunt
like a
force.
hit and then a jab.
Like a hit and then a jab. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, the wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 1.25 inches deep, and it passes through skin, fat, and muscle. So the center of the upper back is number 5. Oriented obliquely, 1 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 13 inches below the top of the head and 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and blunt inferolateral end. So that would indicate that it went in sharp and then it ended up like bruising and being blunt, which in my opinion, for entertainment and educational purposes only, allegedly, I believe that is when the knife went in very, very far, all the way up to the hilt, and it basically hit with the hilt, causing that blunt inferolateral end.
That could have been.
Wound direction is back to front and slightly left to right and downward. So again, right hand. Wound track is 2 3/4 inches deep as it passes through skin, fat, and muscle of the chest wall. It enters into the right pleural cavity through the muscles of the right fifth intercostal space, next to the spine, from where the wound track continues for another 3 inches. Perforates the lower lobe of the right lung. Wound is 5/8 inches in length on the posterior surface and 1/4 inch in length on the anterior surface. Then perforates the right side of the diaphragm and penetrates into the posterior portion. So that's number 5.
Okay, 5.
All right, so and then it says of the right lobe of the liver. So this is the one that punctures the liver. So this is further down along the body.
And that's going to bleed a lot too.
That's going to bleed a lot too. And they did say that there was some level of blood pooling around the liver, but it was not. It was not remarkable. Okay, so number 6, center of the upper back, oriented somewhat longitudinally, 1 5/8 inch on the center of the surface. Center of the wound is 13 1/4 inches below the top of the head, and 1 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and blunt inferolateral end. So again, sharp and blunt. Wound direction is back to front and downward. Wound track is 2.5 inches deep as it passes through skin, fat, and muscle of the chest wall. Enters into the right pleural cavity through the muscles of the right sixth intercostal space next to the spine, from where the wound track continues for another 1.5 inches as it penetrates into the posterior surface of the lower lobe of the right lung. So again, another nick to the lung. Okay, so number 7, center of the middle back, has 2 components, making it somewhat L-shaped. This is very interesting to me.
Yeah, the L.
I don't know what would be L-shaped. I really, really do not know what would be L-shaped.
Two things. Two things that are L-shaped.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, I think there's another part that's up. Longitudinal portion and 3/4 inch on the skin surface, and transverse portion is is 1/2 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 16 1/4 inches below the top of the head, and 2.58 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. It's sharp at both ends. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 1 3/4 inches deep as it passes through the skin, fat, and muscle of the chest wall, enters into the right pleural cavity through the muscles of the right ninth intercostal space next to the spine, from where the wound track continues for another 1/8 of an inch as it penetrates into the posterior surface of the lower lobe of the right lung. That's number 7. Number 8, right side of the upper back, oriented longitudinally, 1 3/4 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 9.5 inches below the top of the head, and 3.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp upper end and blunt lower end. Wound direction is back to front, right to left, and downward. Wound track is 4.5 inches deep, passes through the skin, fat, and muscle. Number 9, right side of the upper back, oriented obliquely, 1 1/8 inches on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 11 1/4 inches below the top of the head, and 3.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left superomedial end and sharp infolateral end. That's page 4. So we're on page 5 now. The wound direction is back to front and slightly left to right on that on number 9. And the wound track is 4.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. So that's a pretty deep wound as well. Okay. The right side of the upper back for number 10 is oriented obliquely, 1 1/4 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wounds is 10 3/8 inches below the top of the head, and 4 5/8 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp inferolateral end. Wound direction is back to front, left to right, and downward. Wound track is 5.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. Number 11. We're almost done with the top of her back, or with this portion of her back. The right side of the upper back, oriented obliquely, 1 1/8 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 9.5 inches below the top of the head, 5.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp inferolateral end. Wound direction is back to front, right to left, and downward. Wound track is 3 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscles. Right side of the middle back, oriented obliquely, 1 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 15 5/8 inches below the top of the head, and 6 1/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left supermedial end and sharp infolateral end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is at least 7 inches deep. It perforates the skin, the fat, and the muscle of the body wall. It penetrates into the right chest cavity, penetrates 1/4 inch into the posterior surface of the lower lobe of the right lung. Okay, so that's one's on the right. So both the right and the left both lungs are punctured. Number 13, far right side of the upper back, superior to the right axilla, oriented longitudinally, 3 1/4 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 9 inches below the top of the head, and 9 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp upper end and sharp lower end. Wound direction is back to front and slightly right to left. That's the first time we've seen right to left.
Right.
That, my friends, could very, very much be one stab, because that would have gone in right to left.
Right.
That's it right there.
Yep.
Wound track is 4.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. Okay, so now we're moving on to the right chest. So that was all the left chest. There are 2 stab wounds on the right chest, going on to page 6 now. 14, this is number 14. Right axillary line, oriented nearly transversely, 1 1/4 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 17 inches below the top of the head, and 9 inches to the right of the posterior midline of her body. Sharp posterior end and sharp anterior end. Wound direction is again right to left. So that's going across this way, and pulling it out.
Right.
Okay. Wound track is 4.5 inches deep as it passed through the skin, fat and muscle of the body wall. The wound track then continued another 3 inches as it passed through the lower recess of the right pleural cavity, then perforates the base of the lower lobe of the right lung, then perforates through the lateral edge of the diaphragm, and then penetrates into the right lobe of the liver.
Good Lord.
Whew.
Rest your soul, Dee Dee.
Number 15, right supraclavicular area. Oriented obliquely, 1/2 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 8.5 inches below the top of the head and 2.5 inches to the right of the anterior midline of the body. Sharp left superolateral end and sharp infromedial end. Wound direction is downward. Wound track is 1.5 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle.
Yeah, that someone said that's hate. Absolutely, that's passion of some sort.
In association with the 6 stabs wounds that penetrated the chest, wounds 3, 5, 6, 12, and 14. Now remember, Ryan said 4, 10, and 17, or 4, 10, 11. 4, 10, 11, right? So we've got all of those. There were 250 milliliters of blood and clots in the right chest cavity. There were 500 milliliters of blood and clots in the left chest cavity. There were 100 milliliters of blood clots in the pericardial cavity. In association with 2 stab wounds that continued through the diaphragm into the liver, which were wound 5 and 14, there was trace amount of blood about the liver in the peritoneal cavity. Now, that comes to about 750 to 800 milliliters of it. The human body holds anywhere from at that age of a person that's that age, that height, and that weight that we put in, it's about 5,700 milliliters. So it's about a gallon and I think 3/4 is what we said.
Yeah.
A gallon and 3/4 in the body, and basically 1 cup of blood was found inside her body. There is a word that I'm going to touch on once it comes up in here that proves that it was not a lot of internal bleeding. That means that there should have been a whole lot more blood everywhere else, like everywhere.
There should have been.
Okay, so now we've got the neck and the 2 jab wounds. Back of the neck at the base of the skull, oriented transversely, 3/8 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 6 inches below the top of the head and 3/4 inch to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp left medial end and sharp lateral end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 2 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. The right side of the back of the neck at the base of the skull, oriented transversely, 1.5 inches on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 6 inches below the top of the head and 2 3/4 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the body. Moving on to page 7. Continuing that those 2 on the upper, sharp left medial end and sharp lateral end. Wound direction is downward. Wound track is 3 1/4 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscle. There were multiple incised wounds, which I told you are the more shallow. They're not hesitation wounds, as people have said. They are real wounds. They are deadly. They are generally between 1 and 1 3/4 inches into the skin, and they generally are longer in length. Transversely across the back of the neck at 7 inches below the top of the head, the wound is 7 1/8 inches in length and penetrates up to 3 inches into the soft tissues of the neck to end in the space between the spinous processes of cervical fat vertebrae 6 and 7. These are all incised wounds. There was an incised wound on the left hand. Transversely on the left side of the back of the neck at 6 inches below the top of the head. The wound is 3/4 inches in length and it's superficial. This is a scratch. Obliquely on the right side of the neck, inferior to the lower jaw, which would be here on the skin surface, the wound is 4.5 inches to the center of the wound, is 6.5 inches below the top of the head, and 4.5 inches to the right of the posterior midline of the neck. The anterior end of the wound is forked indicating that the 4.25-inch wound had been produced by at least 2 cutting motions.
Mm-hmm.
The wounds penetrate 3.25 inches into the soft tissue of the neck to end on the right side of the cervical spine. Now, yes, there are very clear images of the mattress. Absolutely. No, there are. There is absolutely those. So when I was first covering this case and we were talking about that on the back of the neck.
Right.
And people were describing it as almost a severing of the head.
Mm-hmm.
It was not. By the way, trigger warning, trigger.
Trigger.
Okay, so it was not, it did not go to the bone. It did not even go to sever the spine. So it's not as deep as you would think, and it was nowhere near severing. Okay, but what it did tell me, and what the prosecutor that I spoke with that does these type of cases indicated to me, was that with the type of knife that we were shown, with the jabber we were shown as being the only jabber, that would be an absolute sawing motion,
right.
back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Perversely, on the right side of the neck, there are multiple long parallel superficial cuts. The center of the cluster of cuts is 7.75 inches below the top of the head and 4.75 inches to the right of this posterior midline of the neck. On the left hand, there is a superficial cut 3/8 in length. The cut is on the radial side of the dorsal aspect of the 4th digit. The external examination. Body was cool and is in early state of decomp, which makes no sense to me considering that she sat there for anywhere from
4 to 5 days
to 7 days.
Yeah, it was at least 5.
Yeah. Even with the turning down of the thermostat, there still should have been more decomp, in my opinion.
Absolutely, I think so. And I think that the odor would have knocked you over when you walked in there. How could you not? But that's getting away from my digress. Go ahead.
Right. Characteristic was bypassing of the rigor mortis, drying of the fingertips, darkening of the skin of the face, and skin slippage on the face and the upper chest. So now, that skin slippage could be what we were seeing that looked to us like a broken nose. Mm-hmm. They do talk about how the nose looks normal, but my husband explained to me that even if your nose was broken, it might not even show up as a fracture because it's more about the displacement of the nose, because it's mostly cartilage, than it being a real break of the bone. Just so you guys know, and he's broken his
her face. I don't know, man.
I know. The earlobes were cosmetically pierced. There were bloody fluids on the face, in the nose, and in the mouth. The ears and nose were otherwise unremarkable. The eyes had white ciliary and injected conjunctivae. Cloudy corneas obscured the irises. The neck was obese and had no discernible masses. The thorax was symmetrical. There was a post-mortem puncture wound in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen. There was a cholecystectomy scar 6 inches in length above the right lower costal margin. There was a transverse 5-inch scar across the lower abdomen. That's probably from the hysterectomy. The abdomen was obese. The external genitalia were those of a normal adult female. There was a tattoo on the left side of the back. There were tattoos on the lateral sides of the page 8, lower parts of the leg. So there was 6.5 inches longitudinal scar on the back of the lower part of that left leg. That's probably from when she had the car accident where her foot turned all the way around and she almost lost her foot. The extremities and back had no significant deformities or any other abnormalities. There was nail polish on the fingers and on the toenails. So that's the description of all 17 different wounds. We're going to go into the external examination now. The external examination, the autopsy was performed utilizing a Y-shaped thoracic abdominal incision and a posterior coronal scalp incision. All the viscera was cool, except for the apparently remote surgical absence of the appendix, gallbladder, uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes. All the viscera were in the normal anatomical positions, except for the above described previously described injuries, the internal system was as following. The head, there were no abnormalities was noted in the reflected scalp, calvarium, dura, meninges, or the base of the skull. There was no epidural, subdural, or subarachnoid hemorrhages. The 1,275 grams brain, the 1,275 gram brain was symmetrical and had no cortical lesions. There was no uncalled grooving or cerebral tonsillar herniation. The cerebral vascular system was unremarkable. Serial transverse sections of the cerebral hemispheres, brainstem, and cerebral was symmetrical and revealed no pre-existing lesions. She also did not have petechia in her eyes or any of that, so she did not get strangled to death.
I didn't strangle, no.
The neck, there was no hemorrhages or other abnormalities of the cervical, vertebral column, or of the soft tissues of the neck, larynx, or trachea. The laryngeal cartilage as in the hyoid bone were intact. So again,
yes, Jody.
Yes, we have the toxicology too.
Yeah.
So this again indicates she was not strangled. The cardiovascular system, the 405 gram heart was enlarged. The normal height weight for a 5'2" female ranges from 161 grams to 382 grams with an average weight of 248 grams. So basically they're just saying that Dee Dee was overweight. The heart had an otherwise unremarkable epicardial surface and with a moderate amount of epicardial fat. The coronary arteries had no evidence of atherosclerotic disease. No thrombi were present in the coronary arteries. The left ventricular posterior wall thickness was 1.3 centimeters. The intraventricular septal thickness was 1.3 centimeters. The right ventricle wall thickness was 0.3 centimeters. The cardiac valves were unremarkable and had the following some circumferences: tricuspid 14.0 centimeters, pulmonary 7.2 centimeters, mitral 9.5 centimeters, aortic 6.1 centimeters. The four heart chambers were unremarkable. The foramen oval was closed. There was no ventricle septal defects. There was no mural thrombi within the heart chambers. There were no abnormalities of the papillary muscles or the choroidal tendia. The myocardium was dark red. They reference a couple different things here to talk about why they're saying such. So there's some references down here at the bottom of that. Page 9 was a red brown. It was without evidence of scarring. There was no thrombi within the pulmonary artery. The lining of the aorta had no evidence of sclerosis. The major arteries and great veins had normal distributions. Her respiratory system, the larynx and trachea were unremarkable. The right and left lungs weighed 235 grams and 185 grams respectively, and were partially collapsed due to the hemothoraces. The lung pernechium had mild anthracosis and was nearly bloodless. The pulmonary arteries, bronchi, and their major branches were unremarkable. There was no distal pulmonary emboli. There were no cystic lesions, nodules, or distinct consolidations. So basically, unremarkable. She did have a slight murmur when she was born. So yes, that could be definitely about the heart. It was an enlarged heart. So here we go. The hepatobiliary system. The 2,345 gram liver was excessively firm due to hepatic fibrosis and also had a pernechia that was yellow tan and greasy from fatty change. The gallbladder was surgically absent. The remainder of the biliary tract was unremarkable. So basically she had a fatty liver.
Mm-hmm.
The hemolymphatics is the 175 gram spleen had smooth capsular surfaces. The dark purple splenic pulp was soft and oozing and obscured the usual follicular and trabecular markings. There was no significant lymphadenopathy. The rib bone marrow was red with an unremarkable trabecular pattern. So nothing wrong there. The alimentary system, except for visceral pallor due to blood loss, the esophagus, stomach, small bowel, and colon were unremarkable. The appendix was not present. The stomach had 300 grams of contents consisting of food. No pills were seen among the stomach contents. So there's a lot there. Okay, so I looked up visceral pallor because I wanted to know. Because, other people run around saying that she blood internally. And while she had some bleeding internally, there is a difference. Visceral pallor means that there is a whitening of the skin through extreme blood loss externally. If it was all internally bleeding, mostly internally bleeding, as others have said, there would have been a bluish tint. Thank you guys. Keep tapping and liking. Thank you so much.
Appreciate all you being here.
There would have been a bluish tint to her body's skin, and it would have indicated then that was why won't it let me do this? I'm trying to there. That would then indicate that there was more internal bleeding than external bleeding.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know where all the blood is. That's my question. Where is?
And I actually have spoke to a health professional about that, and that's exactly what she confirmed. The same thing what you're saying right now.
Yep. And we have a doctor.
So 3/4 of her red stuff is nowhere to be found.
Correct. Okay. So,
yeah.
Pancreas. The pancreas had pallor and firm tan lobulated perineum. The endocrine system, the thyroid gland had a normal bilobate configuration. The adrenal glands were each unremarkable with golden yellow cortices and brown medullas. The pituitary gland was unremarkable. The genitourinary system, the right and left kidneys weighed 120 grams and 125 grams, respectively. Each kidney had smooth cortical surfaces, had pale perinekia due to blood loss, and had otherwise normal corticomedullary regions and palatine. There were no changes in the calaceal systems, pelvis, uterus, or bladder. The uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries were surgically removed. She did have chronic gallbladder and kidney stones, as noted in her actual medical records that I have.
Right.
Okay, the musculoskeleton system, except for the avoid noted injuries, all the muscles and axial skeleton were free of any significant abnormalities. So now we're going to go, that's page 9. So now no one is joining until we're done.
Patience is a virtue.
Toxicological analysis. So that was page 9. That finishes up all of the actual autopsy itself. So here is what this is the summary. So samples of vitreous fluid, pericardial cavity blood, and liver were submitted to St. Louis University Forensic Toxicology Lab for toxicological screen analysis. Toxicological screening of the blood was negative for drug abuse. No alcohols were detected in the blood. So basically, she wasn't a drug abuser, and she wasn't abusing alcohol. Okay?
Yeah.
Summary of the autopsy findings. Number 1, adult female in early state of decomp. Number 2, multiple 17 jab wounds on the back, chest, and necks. 6 wounds penetrate into the chest cavities. 1, injuries of the upper and lower lobes of the left lung. 2, injuries of the upper and lower lobes of the right lung. 3, perforating injury of the posterior wall of the left atrium of the heart. 4, hemopericardium bilateral hemothoracis. 5, 2 of the wounds pass through the right pleural cavity and penetrate the liver. B, 2 jab wounds of the back of the neck at the base of the skull. C, visceral pallor due to blood loss. Number 3, multiple incised wounds of the neck. A, deep wounds, ones transversely across the back of the neck. A, 7 1/8 inch in length on the skin surface. B, penetrates up to 3 inches to end at the spine. So that means it was the cutting like this on her neck, and it ended before it severed her spine. Okay, so didn't make it to bone, didn't make it down any further than that, nothing. Okay, all right. Number 2, obliquely on the right side of the neck, inferior to the lower jaw, a 4.5 inch in length on the skin surface was produced by at least 2 cutting motions, penetration of the 3 1/4 inches to end at the spine. B, multiple parallel superficial wounds on the right side of the neck. Number 4, 1 incised wound on the back of the 4th digit of the left hand. obesity, 255 pounds on a 5'2" frame, apparently remote surgical absence of the appendix, gallbladder, uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes, enlarged heart of 455 grams, the stachiophadus and hepatic fibrosis. I don't know what that means. I'll have to look that up. Toxicology blood screen equals negative for alcohol and drugs of abuse. So the concluding opinion: it is my opinion that Claudine Blanchard, a 48-year-old white female, died of the injuries of the neck, back, chest, and abdomen due to multiple 17 jab wounds and multiple incised wounds. And he signed it September 22nd of 2016. All right, so now we have the next page is basically just the stab wounds. On the body, it shows them all. Like I said, it's in our Patreon, or you can view the YouTube where I put them up as I talk through this. Next page is page 13. It shows that there was, hold on, let me see if it goes this way. There was a jab here on the anterior line, okay, underneath there. So then it's got the showing of the wounds around the head. It's got her left finger, and here we have the tox screen. All right. So the St. Louis University Toxicology Lab report. The requesting agency was the Greene County Medical Examiner. The blood, alcohol, ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, methanol, all negative. The blood drug screen, amphetamines, negative. Antidepressants, negative. Barbiturates, negative. Benzos, negative. Cannabinoids, negative. Cocaine and metabolites, negative. Lidocaine, negative. Methadone, negative. Non-opiate narcotic analgesic, negative. Opiates, negative. Phenycyclidine, negative. Phenothiazines, negative. Acetaminophen, negative.
Not even Tylenol for kidney pain.
Salicylates, which I know what those are because we've dealt with those before. Negative. Oxycodone, negative. Fentanyl, negative. Oxymorphine, negative. Comments: cutoff values available upon request. I have requested them.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this is what you guys have to understand. So there was no pills in her stomach, and there was no benzos or barbiturates in her actual
or opioids.
Or opioids. So none of those were in there.
And
so
I'm pretty sure when you have kidney stones, it's pretty freaking painful.
She said that Gypsy said she was stealing her Vicodin.
See? Oh,
her pain pills. Okay, and she had been caught with her many times stealing her mother's pain pills. Nope, no Benadryl, no nothing. No, she has not been diagnosed as bipolar or schizophrenic or any of those things.
No, she was not diagnosed as that.
Nope, nothing.
There's tendencies that we have seen, but we don't have any documentation on that at all.
Correct. So, going forward from this, we looked up what the average time for them to clear a body. And I asked the doctor that's working on all of this for me for the documentary, and she said there's a lot of variety of factors. I'm going to need the whole thing because when I asked her, I didn't have the whole report yet. She now has it. She said she would give me an idea of how long it would really take for that weight, that height, that age, all of that shit to clear the body. Right. But on a general level, it's anywhere from 5 to 30 days on any of these, depending on what it is. There is possibly some of them that can exit within a couple, 72 hours, but they would have been none of the ones that would be the things like her sleeping pills or her, Vicodin or anything like that. They would take at least 5 to 30 days, depending on what it is. So that means that I don't think the DD was taking her medications for a little while. I don't know. Now, the insulin would not show up on the tox screen. It's not tested for, and it wasn't any high levels or anything that they would have indicated that it would have caused her death to begin with. So that was not even put into their thought process here. They did the tox screen that day is normal, and it all came back negative, which means there was nothing in her system and nothing in her stomach. So why Oh, they
Yes,
did
there was
test for it.
food.
They did. That's
There
just,
was
it's just normal.
undigested food found in her
There's
stomach.
undigested food, which
But
means that
no medication among that undigested food.
right, right. Yes, she was taking insulin, and yes, you can test for whether the insulin is in the body or not.
But did they?
But did they? I don't know. I believe they did, but I will get confirmation on that if I can.
Said that you could have just shot her up. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
God bless, man. Dee Dee girl, we trying to help you. We are trying our best to help you.
Okay, so going further into this, basically that's everything. They tested her blood, her liver, her vitreous. They did not find. They checked for alcohol and general unknown. They did not check for carbon monoxide poisoning. No temporary refrigerant storage. Hold on, I'm just making sure there's anything on these last pages.
Somebody said they didn't see that they tested for the insulin, but I don't know 100% on that myself.
I don't know 100% on that either. I will wait for the doctor to explain to me what that is. Okay, so that's
to be able to roll that out too.
Yeah, I want to be able to rule that out for sure. For sure. Why didn't she struggle more? Right. Ryan just said, I just realized something. No blunt force trauma, no drugs in system. Why didn't she struggle more? And that's exactly what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She should have had defensive wounds. You know? Man, I'm having severe pain and, you know what I mean? What part of all that was making her sleepy? How would you be sleepy with everything that she had going on?
Yeah.
And the medications were right beside her bed.
Right. Yeah, right beside her bed. She didn't take them. I don't know. Yeah.
And there's 3/4 of red stuff nowhere to be found. Just disappeared.
Oh Jesus! Is there really a wedding registry
There
now?
is a wedding. I was going to tell you, but I was trying to wait. Yes, her and Ken have now got a wedding registry out. You grifting.
Bitch, you're not even divorced
demon.
yet.
She's such a little demon, man. I just can't. When I know that when there's people that are truly struggling, and she's just all,
I can't.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
You gonna tell them that you posted that publicly too by accident, and everybody freaking said horrible things to you, so they'll send you a $500 gift card too? Is that what you're gonna do? Because I just
he just knows that people ignorant
There's 204 days
they're
till
ignorant
their
enough
wedding.
to give her stuff.
They're going to get married on March 1st of 2025. It says continue to register. You'll notice that Gypsy Rose, Blanchard, and Ken Urker have added items from Target, but our members can add items from literally any store.
My God, Ken, don't do
the
it.
beauty of having a universal registry at myregistry.com.
Ken, don't do it.
You're shitting me.
Take that baby and run.
I can't with this.
My God, if you aren't seeing the signs, then you got to be blind. I mean, just in that last video alone, I felt so awkward and so uncomfortable watching her in that one.
Yeah.
The pasta and then the ball fest and what's happening right now? Okay, I'm done crying now. Off to light my candles. I mean, what is... You better start checking into your little chromosome thing, girl, because you show signs every day. Every day.
Oh, God.
Ryan. Come on, Ryan.
What did you say?
I'm what Mandy just said about Ryan. If Ryan will let it happen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, Ryan, come on, dude. Do not make anything easy on this chick.
Yeah, please don't. Please don't. Okay, so now I'm going to grab the text messages. If you guys want to hit the box to ask questions during this period, we'll do that. but then I want to go over these text messages of a timeline that I'm looking at for this.
Yeah.
Because it's very interesting to me at this point. So while I'm pulling this up, and remember, I just want you guys to remember, okay, that these text messages are only for 2 weeks. They start in May 27th and they go through June 12th. So that's only 2 weeks. And I believe in this conversation, she basically set him up for everything and anything that should have already been planned, everything been talked about. She basically set it up so that if she erased all of her messages with him, and she did, that he would look like a psychopath. And 100% she led him through it to do it. It's just, oh, it's so simple. All right, let's hit the box.
So Mandy said every time she thinks that she has seen her pull the boldest thing, she does something else.
Exactly. Mandy, we're going to keep you busy writing scripts, baby, because crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm on my
Everybody,
team.
please mute as you're coming up. All right.
Hi, Francie.
Hey.
Hi, sweetheart.
Okay, I did some research today because something about temperature just didn't sit well with me. So, what I did was everybody's saying that it was stated that Gypsy Rose said the temperature was set to 40 to 45 degrees on a thermostat.
Yes,
It cannot, impossible.
It was. Yes, it can. No, it's
No.
not. It's no, sweetheart. Don't argue with me. I have a picture of it from the crime scene photos.
You might have
That
a picture of it,
actual
Francie, but if you Google it, no central air conditioner will go past 60 degrees.
Ma'am, that's not true.
Okay.
It actually can be set to 45. Now, whether the temperature of the room was 45 or not can be disputed.
Right.
But that actual thermostat is able to go all the way down to 45.
But
we have a picture of the technicians taking it all the way down to 45. Now, when they walked into the home, it was set to 66. That was after David Blanchard had been inside. 70 degrees was not what the temperature was set to. That was the actual temperature of the room after they began going in and out of the doors. Yeah. So,
but she's right. What's your name? I'm sorry. Shu?
It's Shu.
Shu, yeah. Because I lived in Vegas for a long time, and man, I tried to crank that thing as low as it would go some days. And yeah, it would only go down so far, but this one, I did see the picture of it. They did have it set to 45, but that doesn't mean it went to 45, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, I also researched that whatever the temperature is outside, and I Googled what the temperature was outside for 2015 on the date that they discovered the body, it was 81 degrees.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. An air conditioner, a central air will only cool a home 15 to 20 degrees below what the temperature is outside.
Right.
So
this summer, ours struggled. We had it set on 70, but it would be like 74 on those really hot days.
Correct. So my thing was, if David Blanchard went into this house 5 days after she sat in that house with 81 degree temperature outside, and that air conditioner is only going to cool 15 to 20 degrees below what the temperature was outside, they would have to have kept that body on dry ice and made sure that body stayed at 4 degrees Celsius at all times during the time it was unalived.
It should have been foul. It should have hit him when he walked in.
Absolutely, it should have hit him. It should have smacked him in his face and everywhere else. I believe in my heart of heart, and I don't care what anybody says, David Blanchard has something to do with this, because Gypsy was sitting on a live one day, and somebody typed her in a live and said, "Did David Blanchard help you get your mom out of the bathtub?" She started stuttering. She could not keep her composure.
Oh.
Wow.
And
We're in
I will
agreement
get
with
the
you as
video and I
far
will
as
send it to you
Please do. Please do.
because you could see the question as big as daylights on this screen. David Blanchard has something to do with this, and I know he does.
100%. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yep.
Allegedly.
100% allegedly.
But when I did my research on the temperatures in Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, I went all the way back from the 9th when she said her mother was unalived in the interrogation because he asked her a couple times and she kept saying the 9th. They did not find her until the 14th. That's a 5-day period. She could not have not been stinking. I'm
No,
sorry,
yeah.
she
I
couldn't have.
agree.
There would
I
have been
agree, and
some
I
fun.
personally believe, this is where I'm going right now, is I personally believe that she is dead on the 8th.
I
And
believe
that's
that
what,
too. And I believe,
okay.
I don't believe, Nick keeps saying he has a secret.
I know.
And I believe he knows that Dee Dee was gone when he got there. But Gypsy made him think that she was still alive.
Well, I'm going to get into that when I read the police report from Mahali and what he actually says. And
Okay.
you're very much, I think we're on the right track with that.
you're-
I'm sorry that I got upset about the
That's all
thermostat
right.
because I've been
That's all
told
right,
it over
honey.
and over again, and I actually have physical proof.
Right.
Right.
So
Well,
I can't.
Not
deal
that it
with
was the
it.
temp, but just that it was set to that. Which,
It was
Right.
set to that.
Because I have
Well,
the
I'm
same
going to get
argument
this
with her.
video
Okay.
and I'm going to send it to you. I know
Okay.
right where it's at. It's in my other phone. I'll get it uploaded in my new phone and I'll send it to you. So
Do you
you
want
can
the
see the
tips?
text that comes across her screen of her computer and how she starts stuttering. And
Thank
she
you very
cannot
much.
keep her composure.
Okay.
Okay. You ladies have a
Dropping
good
the
night.
email for you.
You too. Thank you,
Thank
Shane.
Thanks
you.
for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah, B, I know that he said she yelled for Gypsy and was very much alive, but I don't think so. I think that is the lie that he was convinced to tell. And I have some interesting information about that in the police report.
We'll
and
be
I will
getting
get
there,
to why I
Shelby.
think it happened on the 8th. Okay. Stacy, hi, how are you?
Stacey.
Hello, thank you for having me.
No problem.
So first of all, before I think you said something about cystic fibrosis, or did I misunderstand what you said? You said you have to look it up.
What? Oh, no, it was something else. It wasn't cystic fibrosis. It was something else. I know what cystic fibrosis is.
Right.
Okay, I kind of
It was
thought I
something else that
misunderstood.
had a fibrosis on the end, but I don't remember what the first part
Yeah,
of it.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my second thing before, when she just said that about insulin, is I was on Breeze Live one night and Sir Morbid was on there. He had her so frustrated that he said, okay, if Gypsy could have found a better way to do it, how would she have done it? And Bree spouted out insulin.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yes. So my thought is, I agree that she was already unalive before Nick got there. That I wonder if MB and David helped with this in the bathtub, because that bathtub was the cleanest place
In the whole house.
Get it?
and that wheelchair had nothing but dust on it. What?
No, it's not dust.
Or baby
It's not
powder.
dust.
Whichever.
It's baby powder, and if you look at the actual thing, it has been rinsed off.
Okay.
And it couldn't
But
have
go
been
ahead.
sitting there very long because it's directly in front of the bath, the toilet, and the cat litter box, right? So neither one of those things would have been accessible if that chair was just sitting there like that.
Yeah.
No, but there is baby powder all over
Okay.
this house, and that's because Dee Dee was a large woman. I don't think that they did not have a shower, so I don't think that she was really bathing anymore. She was using all of those wipes that were medical wipes for her. And I think she was using baby powder to keep down the smell.
Yeah.
So that's where the baby powder is from.
Yeah, I think so.
But do you think that David and Matt Blanchard could have been involved?
Matt Blanchard. Who's Matt Blanchard?
Oh, sorry.
Who is that? I don't know.
That's one of the relatives. It was an uncle. There was something in a police report that kept mentioning MB.
That's okay. Go ahead, Stace. I remember this.
Okay.
I'm starting to remember, but finish.
Yeah, it was just the initials MB, which she did, I believe, have an uncle that was Matt Blanchard. So is it possible that the two of them and Gypsy could have done something which would explain the missing blood and use the wheelchair to put Dee Dee back in the bed?
Yep.
And just put her face first.
Because it's the motorized one.
So then, after that, then Nick comes in the following day and thinks he's done this when technically he hasn't.
It would take more than 3 people to move unless you were using the actual wheelchairs that were in the home. And I think that that the wheelchair was used. I also do believe it was more than 2 people. I believe that there's a few men that could be this actual involved. And one of the reasons that I'm suspicious of David well over Dan Glidewell. I think we've been given Dan Glidewell as a distraction both times. Not Dan Glidewell and the real Dan Glidewell. I honestly think that they have tried to give that as a distraction from the actual people that were notated as being in their house on a regular basis, which would be the Sebastian guy, who was the cupcake bakery. We've talked to the lady from the cupcake bakery that owns it, and she said that yes, Gypsy and her mother came in there frequently with a man named Sebastian, and he would buy them. He would buy them cupcakes. So I'm wondering if that was Cupcake Guy that she wanted to meet instead of Dan Glidewell.
But she definitely pointed out.
Tell us that Dan Glidewell had his kids that day, so it couldn't possibly have been Dan. So who was it, Gypsy? I really want to know. And David has changed his story 3 times.
Unless it was the day before.
What'd you say?
Unless it was the day before on the 8th, like you said.
Right.
And that would also explain the blood in the hallway.
Yes. I also do believe that there is indication, like somebody saying there could have been indication of being chased to the blood hallway. There's a lot of blood in the kitchen that shouldn't be there. There's blood all up and down the hallway on the walls and nicks and everything else that shouldn't be there. There was blood in the bathroom that shouldn't they say is Nick's, but I don't believe it was Nick's. I'm telling you, none of this makes sense. If there's anything else you can get out of this whole report is that no, it didn't happen the way you're saying it happened. It didn't. There's no blood. Like there was barely any blood on Nick's clothing. They were black clothes though, so they wouldn't have been necessarily noticeable. But there was barely anything. There was the ball cap in the hallway, like you're saying. There was the men's wedding ring in the living room, like you're saying. The window did not open.
There was just like a couple specks on his shoe.
Yeah, there was like a couple specks on his shoe, which doesn't even make any sense.
It could have been his finger that did that.
Right. So my email is tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com, all spelled out like everybody's asking.
And
but like I really truly do not believe that this happened in that bedroom. And
do we know the answer to this question, Nancy? Is it more difficult to jab a person who's alive opposed to a person who isn't? Is it more difficult? I'm wondering that right there.
Let me ask, because that could be why they got stuck.
Right.
Did you have anything else, Stacy, to add?
Yeah, I did. So on the fatty liver, had Dee Dee ever been an alcoholic, or was that just fatty liver?
This is fatty liver. She had fatty liver.
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom has one too.
And I will jump down. What about the car that was sold? Did anybody ever check the vehicle?
No, not that I know of. No, not that I know of.
Once they got Nick's confession, everything came to a halt. Okay. Nothing got checked like it should have. I mean, we really would love to get it reopened and just look at some of the evidence with clearer eyes.
Right. Well, Nancy, or Fancy, I mean, thank you for being respectful to me and letting me up. And
Absolutely, no problem.
I
I try to be
appreciate that.
respectful to everybody. I just, sometimes I'll lose my head when I can't deal with the fact that something is completely wrong and I don't want to discuss it because it's completely wrong.
Well, I think we're on the same page.
know.
I'll be curious to see what comes out of it.
Yep, us too.
Okay.
Thanks,
I
Stacy.
can't get anything on that. So if somebody looks it up and tells me, I typed it in, but I don't see anything about the whether it's harder to jab a dead body than an alive body. So I don't know. All right, thank you, Stacy. Though I'm going to drop you down. Thank you, sweetheart.
You bet. Bye, babe.
Okay, bye. Coco, did you have a question?
Hey, Coco.
I don't think Coco is there. All right. Let me bring up some more. I'm going to take questions for approximately another 15, 20 minutes, and then I want to get on to the rest of the stuff that that I have to do for tonight. So.
Okay, and everybody please mute until it's your turn to talk. Thanks.
Who has the screaming child?
I don't know, but they muted.
Okay, good. All right. Bananas, you're up.
Hi, I just wanted to say I was interested in the insulin as well. As a diabetic, I know with my fast acting insulin, if I take too many units, you can get pretty disoriented when you have a very low blood sugar. And I'm wondering if that isn't what she did to Dee Dee to get her disoriented before, of course, murdering her. And I do believe, like you said, it happened on the 8th. And I think that's what they did. And I don't know that they tested it, and I wish they did. I don't see it anywhere. And I'm also a nurse, so I was like scouring the results, and I don't even see that they checked her blood glucose or anything.
No, they didn't. So that's the reason why I'm confused about that. They did not do that. They did not, from what I can tell here, I don't believe they looked for the insulin. Like, I've been thinking about it since I said, yeah, it would have shown up, but I don't think so. I do not think that they looked for it. If it was something that was natural in her body and they determined that the jab wounds were what did it, then I think that maybe they overlooked it.
Yeah, I think they did too, because that's something they could have easily, I mean, if she takes her insulin every day in her stomach, you're not going to know when she took. I don't know if they recorded, like, did she have any bruising in her stomach or like when she took her insulin. I didn't even see that, like, on the report either.
No,
And insulin is very hard to detect in the body. On top of that, guys,
yes,
it's not okay. So here, it's not typically tested for in a routine toxicological screening. This is due to the expense of the analysis in terms of time and materials. Additionally, there are several challenges to analyzing insulin in post-mortem specimens, including chemical instability. Insulin is chemically unstable, which can impact the analysis. Post-mortem redistribution. Insulin can redistribute after death, which can affect the analysis. Autopsy blood is not ideal for analyzing insulin because it can be difficult to get a clean serum sample due to clot formation in red blood cells. Fast metabolism is insulin is metabolized very quickly, which can make it difficult to detect. And one of the other things is that insulin is naturally produced in your body, even as a diabetic.
Yes.
There's a lack of it, but it is still produced in your body.
For sure.
So it would be very, very hard for them to test for extra insulin.
right.
And especially if, like, it was days later. I mean, I get it, but it's like, I kind of wish they would have just out of curiosity. But I truly believe that's what she did, because, like I said, there's times where, if you're a brittle diabetic, and it sounds like Dee Dee probably had ups and downs with her blood sugar. It doesn't sound like she was the healthiest. You're going to have low lows. And Gypsy had probably seen her be disoriented and had to bring her sugar up for her in the past. So I think she knew exactly what she was doing.
Right.
Yeah, because Gyp said two different things. She said, well, I think it was on Dr. Phil. She said her last things were, I'm feeling more relaxed now. And then she says, please don't hurt me, Gypsy.
Right. And then the third thing she said is, I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that. I heard you guys talking about it, and you do get Like with me, when mine drops low, I'm like, I feel like I'm outside my body. I really don't
Yeah,
know.
I know.
Yeah, so
Yeah, exactly.
interesting.
No, she did not take metformin. No, she did not. Type 1, no. My husband is type 2. He's on insulin. I'm type 2. I'm not. My mother was type 1 and she was insulin dependent. So I know a lot about the effects of this. I simply didn't know whether you could test the body or not, so I looked that up for you guys. So
You're amazing. Thank you for having me up.
Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
Okay, Cassandra. Hey, girl, what's up?
Hey, Cassandra.
Hey, thank you guys for having me up. So I was actually discussing this with someone else, and just like y'all been saying, I think it happened at a much earlier date. I think that because at the time, Gypsy was taking care of her mother, or supposed to be helping taking care of her mother, I think that she gave her an extra shot of that insulin, and it murdered her. And she wasn't sure if she was gone or not, so she still kept with the plan with Nick to have him come in and do that. And as they said before, with the video of her, showing the demonstrations,
exactly,
that it had to be done multiple times, I think because as he keeps saying, she screamed out, I think Gypsy's telling him, she screamed for me. Remember, she screamed for me.
No, I do too. The only other explanation I have for this, and it's totally like, people are like, oh, that's too conspiracy theory for me. But I'm sorry, this is a possibility when you're thinking about a murderer or schmurderer. The plan was for over 3 years, attempted 2 other times.
2 other people.
Desperation in their things, and they are not right in the head, and they will do crazy, crazy things. There is also a possibility of the fact that she had a small recorder, a phone, whatever, that recorded part of whatever they were doing. If she stood in the doorway and pushed it and it played and he heard her voice, Nicholas would not have any thought process in his head that it was coming from anywhere else.
Exactly.
Just saying. I'm just saying. It is a possibility.
I was asking somebody, I was like, do they still possibly have all of the evidence from the house? If so, can they open all that up and test it? Because nothing was tested after Nick confessed.
Yes, I'm working on some of that. I have a couple of people that do cold case things like that, and will test things that have been sitting for a long time. So if they still have it, we might be able to request it as an independent company to actually do so. Private investigators sometimes are able to get that. So, so it just depends. I mean, they could have purged some of it. I don't know. But I do know that they didn't test any of the DNA evidence that they took from any of the men. They did not test anything else. Like, they literally tested.
They do keep the evidence. I do believe they keep the evidence.
But at some point in time, it could be purged, and it's been 10 years now. So
yeah, that's why I was asking. I wonder if they still had it.
True.
Right. I don't know.
And they think they got who did it. So yeah.
Yeah. That's why I was asking, because
But
since he confessed, I didn't know if they okay, well, we got a confession. Let's just go ahead and purge all this because it's no longer needed.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was wondering if they still had it, or if they did purge it because of the confession.
Yeah. So they could have.
That's a good question.
It's upsetting. It's upsetting for sure, and I hope that they still have it. But I mean, it's.
It is, because I want to know. I want to know for sure whose blood is in the kitchen, the bathroom, and the hallway.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I would like the shed tested. I don't understand why the shed was not tested. It was 100%.
And I want to know whose DNA that is on Gypsy's bed, and I want to know what that is.
Yeah. Well, if the GoFundMe is gone, it's because people have been reporting it as either fake or a scam from her. So kudos. Hopefully it got taken down. Maybe
it got taken down.
Yeah, somebody said it's not there anymore. So, but anyway, Cassandra, thank you so much. Did you have any other questions?
No, I just wanted to know if there's going to be a 4th book, and if any of this is going to be in that book.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this is going to be in the 3rd book. We are lucky enough that we did not publish all 3 right away, that we've been working on editing, and we delayed it several times. And I was irritated. We were delaying it over and over and over again for just stupid shit. And it was taking forever to get it right. But I know why now.
Right.
This was supposed to be in that 3rd book.
Yes.
So the 3rd book will have this in there, and that will basically close the period of like us moving away from what we thought of the podcast at that time and moving into the future of what we know now and all the things that we have actually discovered this last year. We have about, to be honest with you, 8 books planned. So the 3 books for the podcast. Then there will be a 4th book about Nick. I'm doing a book about Dee Dee. So that takes us to 4 and 5. I'm going to do the 6th book that's going to be about our journey to truth. And then I'm considering doing, a couple others that are just companion pieces to that. Really looking into the evidence and going along with our documentary.
Yeah, my boyfriend was laughing at me and making fun of me when that book came in because he's like, "What'd you do? Get a freaking textbook?"
Yeah, everybody. That's what everybody calls it. The textbook. It's the textbook.
Can you imagine if we put it all in one? Oh my word!
Yes, the podcast is still up.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, the podcast is still
Bye.
The podcast is bye, baby. The podcast is still up. It has not been edited to match the book yet. We will be doing that, and then we will be using it as part of our audio recording for the audio book. I'm hoping to get that done by Christmas time as well. That is something we're trying to do, and then we're going to have narrate the rest of it that are just the regular chapters. But I really want you to hear my voice. I want you to hear Colleen's voice. I want you to hear Christina's voice.
Yeah.
This will be the only way you'll ever hear Christina's voice.
Yeah.
Since she passed, and it's very important for me to let you understand.
And y'all gonna love her, trust me.
And what she felt about this case. Retract her statements and involvement in the book. No. Colleen did not retract her statements. I gave her the ability to respond just like I did to the different things that were in the book.
Just made reflections on it.
She made reflections. I did tell her that if she, Heather Nicole, you can stop right now. I know what happened. You don't. So we know what was publicly said. You have no idea what was privately said and what happened. But the reason that Colleen did that was because all the way up until May, Colleen was 100% on board. She was ready to do other projects. She wanted to do a 3rd book of our coffee table books. All right, Heather, I'm going to mute you. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about something. You already muted it.
Yeah, I got it.
Fantastic. So this is what happened, basically. 3 people that were my former partners, and one of them feels extremely bad about this now because she has found out what the other partner was doing, bullied her, reported her to the nursing board for no fucking reason. They harassed her, stalked her, put up pictures of her babies, told her that she was going to be sued. She could be in trouble.
Blackmailed her.
They blackmailed her. They tried to blackmail me. Into not being a part of the book. So when we were waiting for the book to come out, I offered Colleen the chance to do the reflections. She was doing them. Then she said she didn't want to do them because she was scared that they would do something to her. When I talked to the doctor that is going to be taking over and going on into the documentary with us, she agreed to stay on and help. And the doctor told her that, hey, no, they cannot come after your nursing license because at no time did you ever act for the MGE or GWN as a nurse. What you acted as was a medical professional expert who analyzed the records that were given to you by the actual patient, and you were given permission to do so. They signed a contract that meant that we could do so in any way, shape, or form, any type of media, any way we wanted to use those. We had those. So Colleen originally said, I don't want my name on the book. Then she came back when we were about to produce it, and she said, Okay, well, do I still have time to do reflections? We halted the book one more time. Amy and I said yes. We worked through it. We helped her through it because it was very hard and upsetting for her, because she really had everything she ever thought destroyed by these people to hurt her and make her not feel confident about her own assessments. That woman went to school for 11 effing years. Now, during the podcast, she was a very young, very new nurse, but the only reason that anything that ever happened with the analysis that she gave and why it would be done or wrong was because we were given inaccurate information from the patient and her stepmother that there were no long-lasting effects. We absolutely know that she does have long-lasting effects. We found the chromosome disorder this year that explained why all of those procedures were medically necessary at the time. And Colleen did provide her reflections. She also did a dedication to Christina in there, and she signed off in the acknowledgments giving, her farewell. Is Colleen fully gone? No, she is my friend. We will always be friends. And she always has the lights are always on and the front door is always open. She is a young mother who wants to spend time with her family away from the drama that the people associated with this case have caused for her and me and anyone else associated. So you can just shove it at this point. Because if you come for Colleen one more time, I swear to you.
Yeah, they don't
Not like the first time.
They think they know something that they don't.
Now, and by the way, Pink Sands and my daughter Sarah Sands are absolutely not related.
Right.
That isn't even my daughter's actual last name. It's a pen name. Because she's protecting herself, from assholes.
Right.
Now,
okay, who's up next?
Hold on. The name of the book is The Companion 2. It is the number 2. The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime, Season 1. The Murder of Dee Dee Blanchard. There is Part 1 and Part 2 available for you on Amazon around the country. Around the world. It goes all over. And there is also on my website, The Good Wives Network, that you can order a signed copy. If for any reason they do not ship to your country, just give me an email at tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com with your address, and I will find out exactly how much it costs to ship to you. Yeah, I know they came for Nina. I know. Christy, why did Christy clean the house out and not Dee Dee's sister? I don't know. That's very confusing to me. Anyway, that's about the book. And hi, sweetheart. How are you?
Hello, ladies. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
The only thing that I wanted to bring up is you had a guest, Stacy. She was asking about the fibrosis that you brought up.
Yes.
You were reading. You said hepatic fibrosis.
Yes.
And that is scarring of the liver. That would be due to the fatty liver disease or NASH, if she had NASH or NAFLD.
Thank you.
That's all. You're
That's
welcome.
all.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for explaining that to us. I looked it up.
You're welcome.
You said it because I saw you putting it down in the chat.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to let you know. I'm familiar with it because I have it. So
Right. Look, you know what? I know that they've come for Nina. They've come for Sir Morbid. They've come for Conspiracy. They've done all of these things to everybody for the last 9 years, all for the pursuit of truth. They don't want the truth, and we want the truth, and that is why they did this. In fact, I didn't know that there was an expiration date. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Thank you so much.
I did not know that there was an expiration date on how long they had to silence me, but I'm sure they did. And they knew if that by the time this year, when this
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Lauren.
Know it was going to be released this year. They knew if they had not formally shut me up, then there would be nobody who would be able to dispute and explain this autopsy with the knowledge that I have of the case. They were counting on that. They failed.
Mm-hmm.
They still try every day to silence me. They attack me, my team, my friends, all for nothing. There are local people attached to my business partner, Tori. And I'm brokenhearted by that. I am 100% just broken over that. Brandy has already come out telling you about the fact that she's broken over the things that the local people have done and that Tori literally convinced her that I had done all this stuff that was not true so that he could steal my company. And the reason that Brandy did not understand why I said that they were stealing my company was because she was being lied to.
Right.
She didn't know what was going on the other side. And we have gone back over the last 9 years of communications between me and Tori. And it has always been Tori trying to steal my company, take controlling partnership of the company, and trying to push me out of my own company, my own projects, my own everything.
Right.
Those are the local people that are coming after me. Then on top of that, there is Christie's Dawn Brown, her freaking bulldog, Chocolate Sunrise, who has come after me on the national level of trying to silence me. Yes, I've talked to Gypsy before. I don't talk to her anymore. No, I won't talk to her after she gave me a death threat. Just saying.
Right.
And then she, tried to have all of my platforms taken down. There's confirmation of that to TikTok. There's confirmation of that to Facebook. They were trying. Tori's words were slowly and methodically. She wanted to launch a class action suit against me for nothing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's pretty extensive what they have done. They have blackmailed me. They have bullied me. They have stalked me. They have stalked my children, my husband. They have defamed me. They have smeared my name. It's nothing more than a smear campaign. Yes, death threat. Death threat.
Yep.
She gave me a death threat. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, moving on. All right, so we're going to talk about these text messages now. So starting on, oh my God, these things are so good.
What
and
is
it's
it?
regular sugar. It's these ones that Kroger makes. This is pineapple, guava. But they make me so freaking thirsty, and I can drink them in like 5 freaking seconds, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I can't. Like if I freaking drink a soda like a Coke, I can sip on that thing for hours and hours. This shit, you just freaking throw it down your neck, and then you're like, damn, I've drank 5 of these.
Right. And they must be pretty refreshing.
No, they would not have dissolved before she was found because the digestive system would no longer have been processing any of that. It would have been sitting fully in the stomach with the undigested food.
Right.
Yeah, she has been on a Greyhound before. Absolutely. Okay, so in the text messages here, and we went through those the other night as well. We showed some of the surveillance videos, things that she had said about, it's really hard for me to know, the gravity is really hard for me right now. So I'm a little unsteady on my legs. Funny because you didn't look unsteady at any point in time while you were in the hotel. Thank you, Elise.
Oh my God, I love it.
Okay, while you were in the hotel, nor were you at any time at the bus station, except you were shaking your leg a lot. We even went through that, trying to figure out if this guy was waiting for her at the bus station. I still do not believe so. I don't know. They don't have a lot of sugar in that. It's not processed sugar. Hold on. Total sugar. 33 grams of sugar. That's why I try not to drink a whole lot of them, but it is better for me. It's not the processed sugar, it's natural, actual sugar. So
anyways, yeah.
This little thing right here, they sell them at Kroger. They're called, this one's called Tropical Pineapple and Guava. There's a strawberry and there's a watermelon one that I like a lot. But yeah.
We've lost a lot of our Krogers up here.
Yeah.
I love Kroger.
Okay. So for a recap, we just went through the autopsy and toxicology report of Dee Dee Blanchard that was released this last week. Yes, it came out a couple days before the holiday. I didn't realize that. That's why I was waiting till Tuesday because they had told me it was coming out September 1st.
Right.
But it came out a little early.
Right.
And yes, I love Lipton peach tea. I do. Okay.
That's my mom's favorite too.
It is. It's good. All right. Okay, so I know your tarot. This is starting on June 6th, 2015, of the text messages between Gypsy and Nick. So at 3:06 p.m., and I want you guys to notate that these are all hours of the day and night. There is no time that she is not on some device talking to him or any of her other people that she's speaking with. She went from YouTube, or not YouTube, Yahoo to Facebook to the Christian dating site to these text messages. And that's why you get half of a conversation, because she makes sure that the shitty shit that he says is over here in this actual phone,
Right.
that only has three numbers. But I'm just wondering if that third number wasn't Dan. Maybe it might have been listed as Dan, but I don't know if it is Dan. So just saying, because they didn't ask him
Right.
during the hearing. They did not ask him at the appeal hearing. Now, there are people that I have that have talked to Dan. There are people that have talked to people close to him that we are getting reports for, and we're putting together all of that for you guys in a well-produced content. Our new script writer is putting it all together for us with sources and everything, so you guys will have all that.
Right.
If you don't know who Dan is, you don't know this case.
Yeah.
He is the ex-boyfriend that was like 30 years older than her or 20 years older than her.
Yeah.
That supposedly she was in love with and Dee Dee hated. But I'm beginning to hear a whole different story. And for those of you asking about Sebastian is Sebastian is a person that has been come forward or been brought forward. He uses their Wi-Fi quite a bit. And according to the lady who owned the cupcake shop that we're going to talk about here in a second, Sebastian was the one that was the person who brought her to the cupcake place all the time. And yeah, I don't know. I think he might have been just her object of his obsession, to be honest with you. And I think he rejected her, and maybe that's why we're seeing him be thrown around. Because, if you reject Gypsy Rose, she takes you out.
I mean, look at what she's doing to Ryan, and he actually loves her. Imagine what she's doing when Dan's like, "Hey, no way, I want no part of this. Leave me alone." Yeah, I'm sure she was a little bit pissed about that.
Yeah, there's a lot suspicious with the members of the Vigicon. Very,
Very, very, very, yes.
very, very suspicious. I do believe Gypsy is pregnant. I do believe that there is proof of that. I've known about it for longer than anyone else. I knew about it in June when I was sitting at a table after my hearing was dismissed. My court case was dismissed. I had somebody who knew a person that she was communicating with inside that she had sent her ultrasound to, and it was much
how
earlier.
can she get upset with creators? That it was not their business to tell, and blah, blah, blah. No, you better be careful who you're talking to with your little inner circle.
Right?
You know what I mean?
Because somebody's leaking your shit, Jip. I mean, I think it's you, but...
Right, you have something to cry about.
Right. Anyway.
Poor me. Man, we really come across a lot of those poor me people, don't we?
Oh, we know she was trying to change her name in the state of Arkansas. We don't understand that at all. All right. So, June 6th, 2015, 3:06 p.m. This is from Gypsy to Nick. Okay, so I know you're territorial, but I'm being tempted sexually. The next time is she asks him if we can talk online, please. And then she says, I guess you're napping. Then he doesn't respond over here. So that's at 3:30, 3:35, 3:09, 3:36, at 5:47 on June 5th. Oh, June 6th. I'm sorry. It's June 6th now. Is that 6th? Yeah, June 6th. She texts him. He agreed to meet up. We were going to get coffee at the cupcake place Thursday. So that will close that. Now, let me think about it. I want to look at this real quick. Just want to make sure I'm writing this before I say it. So that's supposed to be Thursday the 11th. And Nicholas was already supposed to have got on the bus, and they were supposed to already leave on the 11th, but they didn't. They didn't leave till the 12th. So I think that's really interesting that she's trying to set up this meeting right before they're supposed to leave. And it shouldn't have been that time period because he already had tickets for the other day. That's something to remember. So, again, something to remember. All right. So, hold on. Let me go back. So then at 5:48, he still doesn't answer. She says it's a public place, so all good, hon. So basically indicating that she's just going to go and say, she's just going to go and say goodbye to him before they leave. So then she finally, at 6:03, she asks him, what time does our bus leave Thursday, hon? He finally answers her at 6:04. And it says 6:13 p.m., dear. So she's trying to get this done on the day that they're supposed to leave. And, or went and paid him. Sure, Mary Jane, I agree with you. That could have happened for sure. And she said, he says, or I may be off a few minutes, darling. And she says, okay, hon. And then, just a personal thing at 8:53, she just says, I found the flogger. Oh, well, that's good news.
Yeah.
Then she says, I miss you so much, hon. My heart is racing. He says, and then she says it again. It repeats itself. He asks her why her heart is racing, and she says, because I can't wait to see you, because, this is normal talk to have before you just unalive your mother.
Yeah. I'm so excited about this.
Then at 10:05 p.m., she says, darling, you have an important message. And he says, okay, baby. And then we get nothing more. So June 7th comes around. This is where at 3:01 p.m., she tells them on June 7th that, darling, I was caught on my phone, but made my mom think I was using her phone. I don't know how that would have been, but so I have to lay low until Wednesday, which would have been the 10th, which is when he was supposed to come into town originally. He said, okay, dear, just try to text me when you can. Okay, baby. June 7th, we can talk on Skype, though. So she basically says, I can't get on my phone anymore, but my mom's still letting me on my computers. Computers. Just so you know. Or one devices. She says, please. And he says, okay, baby. So then we get to Monday, June 8th. So they have no more conversation over there on June 8th. So the defendant says, at 2:28 a.m., sweetheart, just wanted to say that I'm missing you and also that I love, adore, and worship you, my everything. At 4:11 a.m., she finally responds and she says, darling, I'm so sorry I didn't say goodnight. I was made to sleep on the front porch with the bugs. So this is the 8th. And she's telling him that she's outside sleeping in the front porch that is viewable by every freaking person in the freaking neighborhood.
Yeah, all the neighbors.
And she had to sleep with the bugs. Now, I want you to understand, the only place that I know that there were bugs is the shed where there were 3 foggers in there.
Right,
it was. Just saying. Yeah. So then she says, it's been rough. I peed in the bushes. Then he must have asked her on another device what was the password for something, and she's telling him she doesn't know. And I think this is where he's going to get the tickets. And she says the good thing is if you forget, at least you have your confirmation number down and the card it was purchased with, hon. And she says then they can look it up. So basically, there's conversation about buying the tickets and getting him on the bus on the 8th, but. She had to lay low till Wednesday for God knows what reason. So, he said, I was hoping, so he tells her he was hoping that she would say their sacred words, but thanks for your help, hon. And she says, you're welcome, my love. And he says, I will text you, hon. And he says, okay, dear. And then she does throw it in there to just, make sure, because he asked her to. I love, adore, and worship you, my everything. Yeah, and so it's not even the statement that she said that they said on, Prison Confessions. It's not that. I love, adore, and worship you too, my everything times infinity. He responds back. Aww. So at June 8th at 12:05 p.m., Nicholas texts, baby, I called the cab company and everything is going well. She says, okay, sweetie, good. He says at 12:16, she says, I just ate and feel a lot better now. Okay, so good, honey. That's 12:16. I can't believe you was able to go. Your mom is okay with it. Meanwhile, she's texting his mother, just so you guys know.
Mm-hmm.
Dear, it doesn't matter if she is okay with it or not. I'm my own man, honey. She says, I know, sweetie. If she knows you're escorting me back with you, it should be fine, hun. And she says, she'll know within time, honey. And she says, okay, darling, you have lots of guts. Nothing is keeping us from being together. And I meant it when I said that, says Nick. And she says, so do I. Heart. Okay, sweetie, text me soon to give me an update. Kiss, kiss, kiss. He says, will do, my love. We're only at 12:26 on the 8th still.
Mm-hmm.
So then at 12:53, Nicholas texts and says, dear, my stepdad is taking me to the bus station instead, heart. And that is true. He did take him. His mother tried to convince him that they would drive him to get her. And he said, no, it's something I have to do on my own, because he knew what he was going to have to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then he says, dear, look at your email. I need to know the reference number. That's 1:09 p.m. on June 8th. I love the hat. She gives him the reference number at 1:10. At 1:10, he says, thank you. I got your back, hun, your way. I don't know. I got your back too. Update, I'm at the bus station waiting for my time to get on the bus. That's 1:22 p.m. on June 8th. She said, it's all good. You got the tickets, hon? He said, dear, please go with the story I told my mom and stepdad. Yes, dear. Please let me know what story. He says, I'll tell you in person, dear, because I'll be able to explain it better then. Okay, darling, I'm not saying a word on Facebook to anyone.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, darling. Making up a song on the road to destiny. La, 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 la. You've got to be kidding me. So then on June 8th on 1:51 p.m., she says, I have been on a bus from Painterless Court to Boston. So she says that she had to mail the knife because she didn't know if there were metal detectors along the way, except for the fact that Nick had made that trip 3 times now, and you've been on a bus, honey boo boo. So what the fuck?
Right.
Okay, she says, I enjoyed it. He's like, well, that's interesting. Then she asks him if Big Bend is safe, because a schmurderer is very concerned about whether the place they're living in is safe or not. Couldn't be that the schmurderer living in that neighborhood might actually make it dangerous.
Exactly.
He says, you never hear of crime in Big Bend. That's wonderful. You may think I'm spoiled. This is 2:34 p.m. by how my room looks, a closet full of name brand clothes. And Nick did mention she was throwing out anything that had signs of her living there. But what I think she was throwing out was any signs of her being an adult.
Exactly.
And I think she put it somewhere so when she came back, she could have her clothes with her. And he says, I already know you're spoiled, hon. So.
They've all said that, haven't they?
Yeah. Okay, so at 3:04 p.m., darling, I'm going to go to the ER, get my tube changed. I'll be off my phone for a few hours. And where did you get the text? They're in the case file. I've had them forever. I've put them out many times.
Yeah. You could probably get them on Google by now.
So at 3:04 p.m., he says, okay, hon, be safe. So at 3:04 p.m. is when she is leaving to go have her feeding tube changed. We have the footage of that, and it does look that Dee Dee is laboring to walk. She is hanging on to that wheelchair, like she's leaning onto it. And Gypsy's just happy as a freaking clam, sitting there with her crisscross applesauce legs and asking Dee Dee to buy her shit out of the freaking vending machine. Making her mama, who's got gout and diabetes and all that shit. She's got to go change her feeding tube, though, folks, because it's a year for her once she gets it changed. Except that, didn't she tell everybody that she had to have it changed every 3 months?
I'm pretty sure she did.
I think she did, but that's not true either, because her medical records show that the only time that they ever changed it is when it got infected, which means
She's nasty.
She's nasty. I do think that he ran into Gypsy at the hotel, Nellie. I still believe he did. All right, so I believe, honestly, I believe that was the last time that Dee Dee was seen or heard from alive, and I don't think she ever was alive after this period of time. So, 3:00 goes on. At 3:26, he tells her that he is now on the bus to Chicago. At 7:37, he says, I'm on my way to St. Louis. Update, dear, I'm at the bus station of Champaign, Illinois, which I've been there. That's where we have Killer, something horror, one of the horror things that I go to. Dark History and Horror.
Dark History, yeah.
Yeah, I really love them. He's a great guy. Amazing. Brian is amazing. Okay, so now that was at 9:20. At 9:26, she says, darling, I'm home. Yes, I have Dan's name. I have them all. I'm at home. So that's 6 hours. 6 hours. No communication. 6 hours in an ER to change a feeding tube. 6 freaking hours. Okay? And she doubles down and he says, that's good to hear, dear. I'm glad you made it home. It was a 6-hour wait in the ER. Okay. He says, wow. Then she says, at least it's done, so we're good for a year. And she said, it can be done even by me, but I won't unless I have to. And then she tells him, oh, I missed you, baby. Oh, you sent me an email in Harkey? Fantastic. Thank you so much. I will take care. I will look at that immediately after we do that. He says, I missed you too. He said, I'm sorry I didn't answer right away. I didn't feel it vibrate. Then so this is 10 o'clock. I guess you're either busy or not online anymore. 10:27, so that's another 20 minutes later. I guess you aren't able to keep me company right now. I hope you're back soon because I'm already missing you, hon. At 10:33, so she goes dark for 30 more minutes. So it's been 6 hours, now 30 minutes where she's not answering him. And she finally says, oh, I'm sorry, dear. I'm here. I just ate and took a bath. That's bath number 1, mind you. Bath number 1. And she does talk about, oh, I shaved my yada, yada, freaking yada, yada. Okay. And on top of that, I want you guys to remember that she told Nicholas that she was never allowed to shave her area or her legs. But yet in the news shit, she says that her mom made her do that all the time. Just saying.
I know. We'd just love to know which one it was.
He said, are you listening to your iPod, hun? Or she said, are you listening to your iPod, hun? And he said, yeah, I'm glad you are. And okay, babe, no, baby, just waiting for text from you and paying attention to my surroundings. So that's at 10:35. At 10:40, she says, okay, sweetheart, while I was able to make peace with my mom. Interesting.
Right.
And he says, I knew you would. I believed in you that you could do it the full time, dear heart. 10:46, I feel better, heart. I just can't believe you're like in Missouri and it's so overwhelming in a good way. At 10:47, he says, I hope in a good way, hun. At 10:48, she says, yes, darling, in a great way, hun. I feel so excited. 10:49, I'm glad we feel mutually about the situation, darling. Heart, whatever. 10:51, tomorrow is the last night we sleep alone. 10:52 p.m., he answers, true, baby. However, I'm going to pay for the nights separately. She says, okay, hon. And then on 10:56, he says, so the night you come to the hotel is another separate night from tomorrow, dear. And she said, darling, as you know, he said, darling, as you know, I'm trying to save as much money as I can. She says, I know, baby, and you don't need to pay for me to sleep with you at the hotel. I will sneak with you. I know, dear, that's what I plan on doing. Good, hon. Dear, don't deny it. You even knew that was what I was planning on doing. And she says, well, yeah, I'm your gal. Bring me back to your hotel. Wink, wink. With pleasure, my dear. Yes, and then he says, okay, so this is 11:10, 11:17. So wait a minute. The last text from her was 11:09. 11:10, he says, with pleasure, my dear. 11:17, he says, guess you're busy, hun. 11:25, he says, I guess you aren't able to keep me company right now, dear. I hope you're back soon because I'm already missing you again, hun. At 11:58, So that's almost another whole hour again.
Mm-hmm.
He responds, bites lip and squeaks. Yeah. 11:58. I'm back, hon. 11:59. Laughs out loud. Nice way to come back, sweetie. Heart. So now we're on to Tuesday, June 9th at 12:02 a.m. He says, thanks for the laugh, dear. She says, hey, I can't help it. You're a sweetie. Remember, she hates him and wishes she never met him. But he's also her savior who saved her from a horrible experience. You know, because no consistency.
None.
No. Okay. Well, then, would a sweetheart like a sweetie, says Nick. And she says, I would, sweetie. 12:05 a.m. 12:07. Then ask Daddy politely, sweetheart. 12:08. May I have Daddy's sweetness, please? God.
They're oh my God, they're so weird. They're just so weird.
There's more gross, nasty conversation here.
Oh yeah, you guys don't even know the half of it.
That's till 12. Then he gets upset because she laughs at him, and she says it's because he's happy, and he says that's a great reason. He just didn't understand. At 12:26, she says, sweetness, I'm gonna go take my meds. And he says, okay, dear. At 12:32, he updates her that he's in St. Louis at 12:33. At 1:19 p.m., she comes back and says, yay! He says, yes, dear. At 1:20, at 1:39, update, sweetie, I'm about to be on my way to Springfield. Heart. She says at 2:20, my heart just leapt. Now, out now. Oh. He says, why is that, hun? She goes, because I want to know why, dear. Oh, he says, because I want to know why, dear. And he says, I hope it's a good reason, dear, or you'll worry me. This is 2:26. So hold on. We got to remember she goes dark again right here. So she's talking to him at 2:20, 2:26, or 2:20, 2:23, 2:26. He messages her. 2:29. He says, please tell me soon, honey. You don't need me worried about you. And then 2:31, again, she finally comes back and she's all, darling, it's because I'm happy. We're near. Heart. I'm perfectly wonderful. Okay, dear, I was scared for a moment there, but now I'm blissful, sweetie. Heart. He says, true, baby, I'm getting close at 2:34. She says, so am I, darling. Don't even understand what the fuck that means. Great, because that's always how I want you, honey. She tells him at 2:39, try and get some sleep on the bus. He says, no, I'll just get it at the hotel, sweetie. 2:42, she says, okay, darling. Well, I'll check back later. I may sleep for a bit. I think you get to town at 5:15. He says, okay, baby, you know I'll keep you updated. Then at 3 o'clock, she says, darling, I don't think the hotel takes check-ins until 11. He says, no, they do. They'll just have to pay a bit more, hun. And she says, oh, okay, darling, good. So he knows more about the freaking hotel room than she does.
And she does.
Then she gives him the taxi number. He says, yes, sweetie, and I'm walking to the hotel. I've done it before, and it saves me money, but thanks for the number, hun. At 5:36 a.m., he says that he's in Springfield, baby, and she says, yay! Woot, woot. And then she's like, oh, I was asleep, laughs out loud at 6:19. At 6:44, no communication between there and there, so another 20 minutes there. You're at the hotel room, hun? Yes, sweetie, but it was extra expensive. That's fine, hun, as long as you're safe. Meanwhile, he's spent almost all the money that she's sent him, and she's telling him, oh, I'll take care of it once you do this for me because I'll have more money then. But what I really feel like she was doing was trying to make sure that he had no money to get back home. He had no resources, and he was stuck in Springfield. Yep. So they could just swoop him up
and get him.
Take him in. And she would just gone girl it all the effing way. Oh, I believe the DA needs to be held accountable. Don't you worry.
Well, we're working on that too.
I'm working on that. Okay. You'll make it. How much is the room tomorrow night, hun? And he says, she says, you're not far from me, maybe 4 miles. And he said, well, I had to pay $140 for one night because I was early, dear. Unless you want to do it tonight, like the last part of the night. That's at 6:55 a.m. And she says, question mark? And he said, she says it would have to be at 6:56. She doesn't finish that. Then at 6:57, it's the only way to get you money and everything go like we planned. So she's trying to say that we're going to do it tonight at first, but that's not how it happened. I have had email conversations with Nicholas, but the Blanchards and Natasha and all of them turned Nicholas and his father against me and said that I hated him, even though I tried very hard to originally stay impartial, and I tried to reach out to Bobby, and I told him, hey, all I have is bad stories about your son. And now months later, I'm getting these horrible emails that Dawn Boker wrote to him that Gypsy and Christy were talking with her at the same time. And no, I did not send in Boker, Dawn Brown. You know I didn't send in Boker. I already debunked that shit when I put out the information the other day.
No.
So he said $50 of the dollars I should get back, though, because it's a safety deposit, hun. And he says it all matters on the soonest you want to see me, hun. So this is 6:59 on the 9th. Tonight, hun, your mom is like pissed and worried. Call her. Meanwhile, she's already talking to his mom. She messaged me to get with you to call her now, which is interesting. I guess he wasn't answering his mother. I don't know. And then he says, I already talked to her, dear. Everything is fine. You need to answer my question, though, honey. And she says, I will text you. We are doing this tonight, hun. It won't be until later, like in the AM time. So get your rest, darling. Baby, should I still get the room tomorrow? Well, we would have more money. So yes, hun, heart. What about sneaking you in, dear? I will. I'm not forbidden from your room. You mean we will, dear, he says. Yeah. And she says, yes, we will, hun. Did you bring your computer, hun? If you look up where you're at and my house, we are close. Could that be that you wanted to make sure that he had that search in there so that it looked like he just came of his own volition and you had no fucking clue? I bet you did.
I'll bet you.
He says, honey, you know I always bring my computer. And she says, okay, good, hun. I told your mom you're perfectly fine. That's good, dear. And then does he require just the gloves and the jabber? He said, hun, that side of me expects duct tape too to muffle her. Meanwhile, he doesn't use it. That's interesting. He says she pre-cut it. Okay, baby, we have that. I'll pre-cut it. That's good, dear. However, he expects you to give him the full roll. I will. We only have black bondage tape. Nice. And Minnie Mouse duct tape. He said the Minnie Mouse duct tape, hun. Okay, hun. Dear, I should ask you this before he has to. Is your mom a light or deep sleeper? Light, hun. Okay, dear. Now he's excited. That's gross. She sleeps on her tummy, like I said, but she's a light sleeper. That's at 7:31 a.m. At 7:31 a.m., she also texts him, this shit's going to go down tonight, Ruby said. And he says, what does she mean by that, dear? She says, please let me know as soon as you can, hun. And she says that it all means it all happens tonight. And he says, how does Ruby feel about it, hun? And she says, she keeps me numb in order to cope and survive, hun. Keeping me focused. Okay, dear, I guess she seems to be learning how to deal with him slowly then. For motivation's sake, here's one. For motivation's sake, bring your A game, hun. This is life with me on the line.
The dramatics of it all.
Nicholas. You just have to do this for me. I know my mom kicked me out the other night, and I could just come meet you at the station, and we could just leave.
Yeah.
But no, you've got to come do this because, oh my God, she'll come find me, and she'll make me come back. She always does.
I'm 23, and I can just do what I want.
And I have my ID and my birth certificate and my social security card and my freaking my medical card with me. No, they never found the duct tape. So, there's just more. This is where he talks about the evil side doing it. Then she says something about candy. Yes, hon, each part is a slow lover and learner. Maybe not candy, though.
God.
She loves fast, laughs Sally.
Yeah, she loves fast.
So she'll attach onto him instantly, dear. Yes, I mean my dom side, dear. That says him. She says, exactly, hon.
Oh my God.
Okay, baby, as long as it's only to him and she would use other guys or he will see to put her in her place quickly, dear. That's right, hon. Good, dear. Baby, please make sure. Oh, he says, baby, please make sure to read the last message and answer it, please. Hi, sweet. So this is 7:57 p.m. now. Hi, sweetie. Just checking on ya. So that was okay. So they talk till 7:54 a.m. They don't talk again on the 9th until 7:57 p.m. 12 freaking hours go by.
He keeps ghosting them.
He says, hey, dear, I'm missing you too. Guess you didn't have time to answer me, hun, because at 8:05, she doesn't answer back. 8:08, this night is going by slow. 8:09, she says, I'm preparing. Second bath, second shaving. I see. Talk to you later, I guess, hun. I say that because you're obviously busy. This is, 12 hours. And she says at 8:17, laughed out loud. Okay, baby. And he says, why the laughter? I don't get it. She says, he says, no explanation, I see. So that was, let's see, 8:18, 8:23, no explanation, I see. Today is really falling apart. Wow. 8:27, obviously you're not as lonely without me as I am without you because you're not truly communicating with me and you have no clue how painful it is to me or you wouldn't be laughing at me. And she comes back at 8:34. Darling, I'm getting naked in the tub. I was only excited. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just happy. So we've got our second bath and she's getting naked.
Yep.
And she's going to shave.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I'm in the tub. And he says, sorry, dear. I guess I'm just missing you too much. It's overwhelming me. She said, 8:36. I left the gloves outside the front door and the screen door is squeaky. So try to open it just enough to get in and close it gentle. And I miss you too, sweetheart. I'll hand him the jabber and duct tape inside, darling. It's pre-cut and ready. Does your mom know about me going back with you, hun? That's 8:38. 8:38, he answers. Dear, you're telling all this to my evil side since he's the one who agreed to do it. 8:40, he says, dear, I was open to her about that long time ago, and she is letting me make life decisions by myself, with you, hun, she trusts me. And 8:42, he says, she just doesn't know the full, dear, heart plan, dear, full plan, dear, full plan, dear. So full plan, then he says full plan, dear. So he's correcting himself. 8:43. 8:46. Does her floor squeak, hun? Yeah, yes, he wanted me to ask you. No, hun, it's all carpet. Tell him my private part. So 8:51.
That doesn't mean it's not going to squeak, though. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. No,
You so dumb.
No, exactly. 8:51. Tell him my private parts are shaved.
Oh my God.
And then he says, what about the rest of your bottom half is what he had me ask you. I will do my legs as soon as he knocks, hun. So she shaved her hoo-ha for him in the tub, but she's going to wait to do her legs until he's actually unaliving her mother, because that's how I do it. I always wait to shave my legs while somebody's being brutally murdered in the other room. That's totally how I do it.
Every day.
Totally how I do it. Yep. So then he says, okay, baby, don't be alarmed if he speaks because, yes, it sounds evil, hun. Okay, darling, I gotta go eat, hun. So is that when you ate with your mom and painted her nails?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, because, she still had food in her system, and we know that it takes anywhere from 40 minutes to a couple hours, depending on, all the different factors.
Right.
Okay, keep going. Remember, guys, she's sweet and innocent, and, there was no other way. Just remember that.
Right.
And she never considered anything else. She was totally innocent. She had no freaking thought process like this before him. He's who introduced her to all this shit, except, hey, I don't know, Dan testified otherwise. So here it is. That's Daddy's good girl. I'm doing my nails now, too, at 9:08 p.m. Notice she doesn't say she's doing her mom's nails.
No.
She's doing her nails.
Yeah.
But I thought you went and painted your nails with your mama. Wasn't that?
That's what she said. When they
it is hard to run away when gravity is brand new to you, Daydreamer. You are right.
It is.
I hate when that happens. I know when I'm new to gravity, that is exactly what happens. I cannot run away because, gravity.
Right.
Gravity.
That
Who
damn
knew
gravity.
that Sir Isaac Newton would be the key piece to this? I'm sure when he came up with the laws of gravity, he was thinking especially of Gypsy Rose.
Yep.
God. He says, well, dear, he did say he expects you to look like the woman should, so that is a good idea, darling. Red fingernail polish, hun? Dear, to please him, I suggest you wear red lipstick too, hun. Just trying to help you out, baby. Oh, how kind of him. He's so considerate. She says, I don't have any, hun. I'm painting a dark pink, hun. It goes with my pink boots.
Oh, my God.
Lip gloss, hun, possibly pink if you want him to be a magnet to you. Well, pink makes him a magnet to you, dear, he says. She says, I have pink lip gloss, hun. He says, if you want him to be a magnet to you, then wear it, dear. Okay, hun. Will you, hun, or how do you wish to present yourself to him? Grossity gross. He's still waiting. Okay, hold on. That's from 10:01, 9:25 to 10:01 to be 10:08. She finally responds. So another 30 minutes. She says, I'll just be in my nightgown with painted pink nails and lip gloss. He says, okay, dear, but when he gets you from the bathroom, I suggest you're, not clothed. And when he sees you after the deed. Okay, darling. I won't say goodnight online. I want to say it in person, hon. 10:13 p.m. 10:15 p.m. He responds back. That's understandable, darling, along with our first real goodnight kiss, sweetie. Exactly, Daddy.
Oh, God. That daddy stuff.
Oh, that never gets old when you call me Daddy, sweetheart. You should get some sleep, hon. Mom goes to bed at like 4 a.m. So this is 10:19. I want you guys to understand the timeline was supposed to be Mom doesn't go to bed until 4 a.m.
Right.
Okay? So, and this is another reason why I'm going to tell you, this proves right here that she didn't take her sleeping pills early on and all that shit and it would have digested and nothing. No, you're going to watch how the timeline shifts right here. So at 10:19, they're still going for like 4 a.m. Okay. He says he got too much sleep. She says, okay. She tells him she's going to wear him out, all that shit. That's disgusting. 10:51. I can't wait to be with you too, darling. But if you want to wait for Smex, we have all day tomorrow, just so you know, blah, blah, blah. Oh, then he says their nickname as couples is going to be Mr. and Mrs. Smex. That's fun.
Yeah.
So this is 10:53, 10:55. I know what you're thinking, she says. You have me as much as you can. We're true to our nicknames as a couple because I know you won't want it any other way, honey. And she says, right, dear. Okay, so that was 11:02. At 11:09, he says, I guess you're not there, hun. Hope you're back soon. She does respond at 11:14, right, darling? But can we take our time, having sex after we unalive my mother? Then they talk about being appealing. She's shaking. I am nervous. I guess it's if it all goes okay at 11:21, 11:23, baby, it will. And you better be not just the romantic wife of mine, but also my twin flame, female daughter, soulmate that you were meant to be, honey. That's where he wants to take their 13-year-olds, no, it was role play. And this is the bullshit she's putting in there.
Right.
And then she says, I am, Daddy, just a backup. It doesn't go right. Run out of the house as fast as you can, hun. Okay, darling, be brave. I respect and admire that.
Oh my God.
11:28. 11:28. She gives him a smiley face. Okay, darling, he is brave, and I respect and admire that. And she says, "How's the bed? Is it soft, hon?" He says, "Honey, you forgot that he is ruthless, and his hatred of her will force her to die, hon." He says, "You'll enjoy it, baby. What will you be wearing, hon?" He says something about terrify her, hon. It's all black, and my evil side picked the full outfit, darling. Okay, darling, I just have to remember it's still you.
Good Lord.
He talks about Ruby in the darkness, and she says that she will be able to comfort him, and then they will never, ever bring it up again after this night. So 11:44, 11:45, 11:50, something about tone he doesn't understand again. Sorry for confusing you, dear, but I hope you know what I meant. And she says, hopefully you'll answer soon, dear. So this is 11:57. So hold on, when's the last time she answered him? 11:44. So 11:57, 11:57, nothing more until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
That's another hour. I know what you mean, hun. It's getting close to time. She took her sleeping aid pill. So that's 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:08. 1:09. Okay, baby, I'm trying to calculate the money for the ride there. And once you're inside the house, we stay silent, not even a whisper until after I open the bathroom door. Okay, sir? Okay, hun? Because he's not answering her right now because he's trying to figure out how to get there and everything.
Right.
She says it's probably going to cost you $10. He said, dear, never underrate his will to kill. And also give me your address so I make sure I have the right one. 1:12, she says, I want to say thank you. You're my hero, heart, and I will never leave you.
Exactly.
I'm staying with you for eternity. And 1:12 a.m. She gives him the address. He says, okay, baby, but he hasn't said anything yet, dear. Thank you, sweetheart, he says. 1:14, my house has the ramp, and the front porch ramp is painted white. 10:15 or 1:15 a.m. She says, so this is June 10th, by the way. 1:15 a.m. You're welcome, my twin flame soulmate. I have said my love you to her, and I'm at peace. Wait a minute, I thought you were at peace 2 days ago.
That's what I thought.
But yeah, okay. He says, I'm proud of you, sweetie, and I'm glad I could help. Will you need an anxiety med to calm you after, hun? You're the most important person to me, sweetie. You're like me. Fight for what you want and need. 1:19 p.m. Dear, I don't believe in meds. In me, I seem to be immune to them, but you just do what I taught you, and I'll calm down if it's me. But just listen and obey my evil side, and you'll calm him down within time. And then at 1:21, I hope he loves me too, not just Ruby. At 1:21, she said she got a pain med for her back, and I exercised my legs, so I'll be a bit weak walking, but it builds strength.
Poor pitiful me.
1:22, I'm not used of my weight or walking. Gravity is new. He says, I believe you, honey, as I always have, so I know someday you'll walk completely normal. 1:25 a.m. I just realized the next New Year's I'll be able to kiss you. I have never had a New Year's kiss.
Oh, and she's never had a real first kiss like she's had with Ken either.
I need to practice kissing. We are like two fish going for one hook.
Oh my God.
1:27 a.m. I want you to understand. At 1:08 a.m., she says she just took her pill. By 1:27 a.m., she's telling him that she's drifting off to sleep. Is there anything you need to know, hun? That is not how fast freaking sleeping pills work.
No, not unless you chew it. Yeah.
Then they talk more about making love, disgusting, how she wants to do you know what with, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
The dupa dupa stuff.
They can go slow when they're at the hotel.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, it's just nauseating from here.
I need a shower. Sir, can I get a shower?
Yeah, right. Can I get a shower? Okay, 1:40 a.m. I'll listen to him, darling. It's go time. Are you ready? No matter what, I'm yours forevermore. And at 1:41, and thanks for answer the question, hun. Should I call the cab driver? 1:41. I love, adore, and worship you, my everything. Yes, darling. Call the cab. At 1:42. 1:42, he says, I understand, dear, as I am the same. I love, adore, and worship you too, my everything times infinity, heart, heart, he says. Okay, baby, see you soon, dear. 1:48, by the way, the gloves are blue, and how long must I hold my ears, hun? Because he has a time frame on how long it's going to take for her mother to die.
I know.
He can definitively give her.
Your face just cracked me up the way you did that. You're so animated. I could not today with you. Go ahead.
He says 5 at the most, dear, and the next text will be from him. 1:51. Okay, darling, I'll talk to you when this is all done. Yeah, she did think she was actually going to get away with it. She asked Stan if she could get her stuff because her ID and her medical card and her Social Security were all there, and you know she wants to get them before she goes back to her home, the little house with her mother. I should have never left the home. I should have never left my mother. Oh my God, this is so terrible. I hope I get to go home soon, where my mother is dead, and I should be totally traumatized by it. But hey, I'm going to fight you in probate court so that I might be able to get it back from Habitat.
Oh my God, she is something, man. She's really, unless she's buying it to burn it, but I don't think that's the case.
No. Gypsy at 2:01 a.m. Sir, will you text me once you're at the door with gloves on? Then at 2:05, she's sleeping very light. Interesting.
Right.
2:07, I'm here and you get your ass to the bathroom. You open the door. Yes, sir, I'm going now, sir. Breathes once.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
She's really playing the part.
That's it. I believe she was dead on the 8th. I believe she was either very, very, very gone or almost all the way gone. If not, you know, the only ways that if she could have been alive in that bed when he was doing whatever he was doing and there not be blood and all of that, is that it didn't happen that way and it didn't go down that way. And I'm sorry, she can't be sleeping light and take sleeping medications and them not have been acting yet and them not be in your system at all and them not be in your stomach.
Right.
Now, I'm still confused about the decomp in this. It is weird because so this is the 9th, 10th, even if you did it a day before, I just don't understand how you would be in the early stages of decomp. I don't. Sure, Celeste, you can sleep light with that. I don't, but some people do. But that's not the point. It's not the point. If she was sleeping light, there would be defensive wounds. If she wasn't dead already, there would be defensive wounds.
She would have definitely did something.
Right, and there was no defecation, you're right. There was body fluids. There was more fluid on the bed than actual blood.
Absolutely, yep.
Yeah. Where are the other knives? Yeah. Where's the blood?
Right.
Why is blood everywhere but in that room where it should be? Why is the mattress? Yeah, we already went through the autopsy, Grace. Um, the mattress is completely devoid of blood.
Right.
That neck alone, the neck alone.
Yes.
No, she was not bleeding internally. We've already freaking established that.
There was what would you say? There was a cup?
What?
A cup of blood internally?
Yeah, 1 cup of blood.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. All right, let's let some people come up.
Let's go, baby.
And then we'll go on to part 3.
Hi, Fancy.
Hi, baby.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I have a question. So, when they found Dee Dee's body, because I've got to think of it now. It's somewhere in the text message I was going to say earlier, but I forgot what it is. I forgot it. Okay, someone else can go.
What's wrong, honey? What happened?
I had a question because
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
somewhere in the autopsy, not the autopsy, the text messages, Gypsy said, I can't remember it, but Gypsy said something, and I was like, that's not right, because that didn't happen, because I looked, like, at the crime scene photos, it doesn't match up.
Right.
Or, did she say the house was white? Because I thought the house was pink as well.
No, the house is pink. The house was pink.
Yeah, because I thought she said the house was white. And I
No,
was like,
she said that the ramp was white.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That piece of receipt is fake, guys. It was dated when he was actually already in jail.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a white ramp and the pink house.
Yeah, because I was like, I thought they had a pink house. Because the house, I thought it was different colours. Because at one point I thought it was green, like a...
That's afterwards. They painted it to resell it to another habitat person, and that's when they painted it another color.
And I also heard, apparently she's been trying to get the house back. Like, now she's still been trying to get it back. That's disgusting. How could, like, she knows what's happened in that house, and then she still has the audacity to go after it and try and get it back? It's filthy.
Yeah, like I said, unless she's getting it to burn it down, which I don't think that's the case, but I mean...
No, I think she's just evil, and she just wants it to be petty and evil.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
She's a really disgusting person, right?
She's a very, very
It's horrible.
bad...
It's absolutely horrible. Thanks, Joella. Did you have anything else?
No, but if I have another question, I can think of that question, I'll request again, okay?
Yeah. No problem. Hey,
Thank
Sparky.
you, bye.
Thank you, sweetheart. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Sparky, you're up.
Hi, Fancy.
Hey, baby.
So there was something I wanted to discuss. Excuse me, I never have my teeth in at night. But
You're
there was
fine.
something I wanted to bring up, and she may not have ever been diagnosed with this. But I know from I have idiopathic gastroparesis.
Mm-hmm.
And a normal person's food will digest within 4 hours, and they have up to 10% of their food left in their stomach.
Yeah.
But a diabetic can also have it. It's more common in a diabetic.
Yep.
And she was on a lot of medications for like GERD and stuff that you are prescribed even for gastroparesis.
Right.
So, I have food in my stomach for up to a day.
Right.
Up to the next day. And I have an ileostomy, so that stuff comes out as soon as it comes out of my stomach. So my thinking on this is she was a bad diabetic. There's a good possibility, and I agree with you.
My mother was a horrible diabetic. Horrible.
Yeah.
I understand.
And I think that, and I agree with that. I think she died on the 8th because she may not have been diagnosed with gastroparesis. They may just overlook it, thinking, oh, it's just her GERD and all this, and not really pay attention because she was already overweight. And who's going to notice if your stomach is distended and makes you 10 pounds heavier?
Right.
Even with all the water weight.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I actually
was
had a problem with that myself. I had a problem where my stomach was really, really rock hard and very, very bloated, and we couldn't figure out why, and it had to do with the inflammation in my body and everything from it. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
So, they may not have ever thought to even try diagnosing her for that.
No, they may not.
If you have gastroparesis, especially as a diabetic, there's different reasons why you have gastroparesis, but for a diabetic, it's very common.
Right. Okay.
No.
So, guys, what we're trying to explain here with the food is that it's a very small window of time between eating her food and her dying because it was not processed yet. So, like we're saying, yes, 40 minutes to about at the top end is about 4 hours. Between then and then is when she had to have been unalived because otherwise the food would have been digested and processing out of the stomach. It still would be going through the digestive tract, but it would not have been out of the stomach it would have been out of the stomach at that point. But it wasn't. It was in the stomach. So that's what we're talking about. So it's still a very small window of time. It has to be between 40 minutes and 4 hours. So when did she eat versus when was she unalive? If she ate at 6 or 7, whenever Gypsy was saying, I'm going to go eat, then if it happened on that night, it still doesn't add up with the timeline. It would have been already mostly out of her system, out of her stomach at least. So none of this makes sense. That's the problem.
No.
And yes, diabetics generally do bleed more, especially if they're on any blood thinners or not. But we did not see any blood thinners for Dee Dee, but there were things that could act as that in a side effect capacity.
Right.
So, yeah, of course, but I get what you're saying.
Somebody for her size would have had more than 9 units of blood, at least 10 units of blood.
Oh yeah.
And then also, you weren't taking requests, and I didn't request. I was busy, but you said something about the discoloration over how she didn't have that much discoloration over skin. And I've seen modeling occur before somebody dies because their oxygen level's so low. Their body already, while they're still alive, starts modeling because they don't have the oxygen going to their body. And I found that odd that she didn't have that much modeling on her body.
Right, she didn't.
No.
And that's the other thing. Like I said, if it was internal bleeding, the skin would have had a very bluish tint to it, and it was almost ghost white, like sheet white.
Right, even her
like
stomach and her top of her thighs.
Yeah.
She was very pale.
And if you look at Dee Dee in other pictures, Dee Dee is not that pale. Like, she's not. It's just interesting.
Right.
I don't know if the red stuff was drained, Jay Vincent, but it is a possibility to me.
Gracie in chat wanted to know, why would Gypsy pre-cut the tape? How would she know the length?
Right.
And
but there wasn't anything.
Right. And
there is things on her arms. The lividity is off. There was one thing about it saying it was fixed lividity. Well, here's the thing. Okay, so if you move a body within 2 to 4 hours of it dying, the lividity will not have sunk in enough yet to give you like a mixed lividity.
Right.
It will then still all go to the front since she was laying on the front, or if you're laying on your back, it's all going to go to the back.
Right.
Okay. But Dee Dee has mixed lividity in many places because instead of the abdomen being black on this part, let me see if I can show you guys here. Instead of it being black down here, like across the stomach, it looks like she was laying on her left side, and and this side right here has lividity, but not the whole stomach, which means at some point in time, I believe she had to be on her side.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
And the arms are wrong too. The lividity in her arms they said that it was like she was sleeping like this, with her arms in her. No, those arms had to have definitely been up like this.
You can see the markings on her wrist.
Yeah. There was only a V.
And it's not a Garrett. Somebody tried to say it was a Garrett, and I'm like, no, there was no petechia in the eyes. There was no broken hyoid bone, none of that. So that's not a Garrett. What was underneath her is actually her prayer rag.
It is a prayer
rag, like a rosary, but it's made completely of cloth.
And it was from her mom, right?
It does look like it was all wrapped around, possibly. Her arms have this weird pattern, and it's not just the pattern from the actual bed. It looks like it's like almost, not that it was cutting in, but yet that it was definitely tight around the skin and it left an indentation.
Mm-hmm.
So where do we think that the blood was? Do you think she did it like in a bathtub? Like, where do we think the blood went?
I mean, I have made a case for both. Sparky, thank you, sweetheart. I'm going to let you down, okay?
Thank you.
And I have
Thank
another
you,
question
Darcy.
also about the
Okay, hold on,
toxicology.
let me answer that one first,
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
then I'll get sidetracked.
Okay. Me too.
Okay, so I personally and my team has been working on the idea that we believe it happened in the shed and that she used the wheelchair to move the body along with other people other than Nicholas. The shed is completely drenched inside and out. The toddler bed is 100% broken as if somebody stepped through. There are 2x4s just laying right there. It's newly wet because the Pampers box and the hat are still wet. And the outside of the shed is all wet and all down that way. Now, it did rain, but not enough that it would be wet and soaked like that inside. Now it's outdoor carpet. So I truly believe they just washed it down, sent it out. There is even a spot in the driveway that looks like it could be something of that. It looks like there was just an oil leak from underneath the car. But if you look at where the car was, no.
It's
not
crazy that these detectives didn't get this back then. Like, what?
They weren't allowed to.
It's crazy.
They weren't allowed to.
Well, another
They were not allowed to. They were doing their jobs. And they are mad about this. They have come out and talked with Becca Scoops, and her husband, and they are very upset because the way that the investigation was going was long financial fraud case, and trying to investigate the other members of the community that could have been involved with her. And when Nicholas, confessed. And then immediately, Christy inked the deal with HBO. Almost immediately, it was inked. They had everything filmed and ready to go before she took her plea deal in 2016.
That's crazy.
So they had been working on this, and I believe, in my opinion, allegedly for entertainment and educational purposes only. Gypsy Rose, Christy Blanchard, Mike Stanfield, and HBO sold a narrative that is false to garner her a plea deal of a honey of a deal, strong-armed the DA, or he was involved in some way with other corruption, because I think that a lot of corruption was swept under the rug with this case. And then they rushed to make sure that not only Mommy Dead and Dearest, but Gypsy's Revenge was all out before Nicholas's trial. I was on scene by the time Nicholas's trial rolled around, and I was only 2 years into this. They had already made 2 or 3 documentaries at that time. I'm actually going to talk about that in our next portion of this, where I go over the appeal, his 2022 appeal hearing where Dan testifies and all of that, because it's interesting.
That's
So what's
crazy.
your second question?
Okay, one more question. I'm kind of new. Like, I follow this, but I don't really, really deep dive follow it. And I know that y'all have the toxicology reports. Did you say there was no sleeping pills in her system? So that's all a lie for sure.
Yeah, not in her system and not in her stomach. They notate it.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, I mean,
Crazy.
and people believe Gypsy. This blows my mind.
I was Gypsy for 2.5 years.
Crazy. Yep. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me come on.
No problem.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Susie. All right, Golden Elizabeth, I'm assuming, or Eliza.
Yes. It's Elizabeth.
Get out of here.
I got you, Jennifer. There you go.
I wanted to say, Fancy, for one, I had a brief interaction with you in Ryan's chat. And what I was trying to say in those little words was, I like the way you handle situations, and I believe everything that you say. It's just sometimes it comes, when you get so agitated, it comes across differently. But I understand. I mean, I would get agitated too. They're doxing you and everything else.
They have literally tried to drive me insane, honey.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have problems, and my noodle is a little fried from it. Yeah.
At first, I didn't realize that's what was going on.
Right.
It was like you just didn't know how to handle a situation. But now I know. I'm like, oh, I would have gone crazy too. One thing there's like a few things I wanted to say. So one thing, could it have been, I know that they used to do this in nursing homes, okay, when my grandma was involved. Could Gypsy, could she have been on regular sleeping pills every day? And then that night, Gypsy gave her like a Tic Tac or something to make her think it was her sleeping pill, but that way it wouldn't show up in her system. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, and I've thought about that. like a placebo kind of thing, but because they said there was nothing like pills in her stomach,
Right.
I don't know. Now a Tic Tac, I guess maybe you could be, okay, you could make a case for that, but I think that if there was that, I think that they would have notated that because it would have been weird.
And
That's my opinion.
was Gypsy ever tested for seizures?
Yes, but these seizures always happened when they were at home, and then she would call and have her taken to the hospital. So I am not sure anymore if the seizures were real and Gypsy is lying
You
about
can't really
them.
test for those anyways. I
Right,
mean,
they can't
not
test.
instead of having one right at the doctor's office.
I actually was just admitted in the hospital. I had seizures when I was a kid, and they just popped back up.
Mm-hmm.
And they can't get them on the test.
Right.
But I have them in front of people. I mean, I'm having them at the grocery store.
I'm so sorry.
I understand. So
It's
yeah,
so scary.
I'm so sorry about that. I
Oh,
had
no,
a
you're
friend
so scary. I know.
It's terrible.
Oh, my poor
Right now.
fiance, he got freaked out and he rushed me to the hospital.
Yeah.
They
It's
admitted
scary
me,
to
but
watch and it's scary to happen.
Yeah, it didn't pop up on the test, so maybe I don't believe anything that she says, but on that, it could be that it was happening at home. Something at home was triggering it.
Right.
But I didn't know if she had been tested for
seizure
that.
disorder is part of her chromosome disorder. It is an actual symptom. In fact, it's one of the main symptoms.
Yeah.
It's one of the more serious symptoms of her chromosome disorder. So it could go either way. It could go 100% that she was having seizures and maybe she outgrew them. And
Night petals and pops. Thanks for coming in.
But no, I mean, we don't have confirmation, and I've always said, well, she didn't have seizures, but now my spidey sense says maybe she did.
Okay, when I know you have the records, when she went to the hospital, was there any? I know on mine it says that a nurse seen the seizure or a doctor seen the seizure. Anything like that on there that somebody else saw it?
Nope, nothing.
Because if it happened at home and then you go to a stressful place like a hospital, they're more than likely to happen again.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
And then there was one more thing, and then I'll get off. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I just watched my father-in-law pass away in May, and I watched my grandfather when I was 15 pass away. Your skin stays the same color for maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe an hour. It starts to turn, because theirs did. Theirs turned, and it was a matter of a few minutes of time for my father-in-law. He had gout and diabetes, and he wasn't a very good diabetic.
Yeah, the lividity begins to set in pretty quickly, but the way that happens is, even if you're in an upright position and your lividity starts to set in, if they move the body, I looked this up the other day, if they move the body within a certain amount of time, I think it was like 2 to 4 hours, then the lividity will shift and it will still look like fixed lividity.
Right, because when my father-in-law passed away, we were getting him cleaned up.
Right.
And you would tell if you moved like his arm, it would change colors.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So like, I know that can happen, but you're saying that hers was like it had been done a long time before they found her. Is that what I'm understanding?
No, it's that, well, yeah, I mean, obviously that her lividity is the whole, however many days she sat there before they found her. Yes.
Right.
But there was a window of time that if it did not take place in that bed and she died in another room, there are ways that, one, she could have been kept on ice and that would have done something different. But two, also, which I don't think is possible. I personally don't think that.
Right.
But two, if she was being, upright and or even on her back and moving, then what would happen is, as long as it's within this window of time, the fixed lividity would still set in properly.
And I'm very sorry, but it did not happen in that bed. I have been on my menstrual cycle, and it was worse than that bed.
Girl, I said the same thing. I said the same thing. I've woken up to worse.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to, thank you,
you.
Golden Elizabeth. I'm going to get to some other people real quick, and then we're going to go on to this third part.
You're good. Thank you.
Sweetheart. Hey, Giggles Playpen, is there any fast evolving pills for sleep? Of course there are, but again, that would have shown in the talk screen, and there was nothing. Hey, Mama Bear.
Mama Bear's in the house.
Okay.
Mama
Maybe you got to
Bear.
unmute. No? I'll let you sit there for a minute because I know you always have something to say. Here's Emma.
Hey,
Hello.
girl.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hey,
hello.
beautiful.
What's
Whoever
up,
wants to
girl?
go first, I could wait.
You can go.
You can go.
Okay.
All right. We
What?
have hold on, guys. We have 7 more guest requests in the box. That is the end of this.
Okay.
Okay.
The person who just requested, the 8th person, if you want to request one more time, that's it. But after that, done. Okay. 8. Fantastic. All right. Go ahead.
I want to know what you guys think about the stain on the bed, the blank stain. Was there not a test for it? What the fuck?
Right.
No, they marked it. They marked it. So obviously they did swab it and they cataloged it. But again, just like they DNA swabbed David and never tested any of it.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
And second,
So drop down and come back through. Okay. That way we can do it.
I have one last question. Now that the autopsy is done, out, does this mean it's over for Nick?
No.
No.
Nick has, okay, so there's several things that Nick still has, all right? And I did some checking on this the other day to see how bad things are. All right, so he still has his Supreme Court thing, and they said that they're saying that he doesn't even have, okay, that's a different Mama Bear, that's fine. He doesn't have, or he does have the one for the Supreme Court, and they don't have to submit anything until March. But then after that, he does have post-conviction relief appeals left, but those don't kick in till all the other appeals have gone through.
Oh, God.
And
Poor
so
guy.
That's where we're at. It's not a final hurrah for him, at least. That's the thing, you know.
The system really failed him. Gypsy failed him and the system.
Yeah, everything failed him.
Everything did.
Honestly.
Everything
Thank you
did.
guys for having me. One last thing, go buy Good Wives Network's book on Amazon or on Good Wives Net. All right, love you guys.
Bye, sweetheart.
Love
you
you,
too.
girl.
Okay. So, Jessica, hey, what's up? No?
Hey, Jessica.
Okay. Yes, I have 3. We have 2 books out already, and the 3rd one will come out in a couple weeks here. It may take a little longer now that we have the autopsy and stuff because I want to add some things in there to it.
Right.
Hello, ladies. How you doing?
Hello.
I'm doing good.
Thank you. First time on your panel. So I have 2 questions that I've been hearing a lot of different things about, just because, you know, different lifestyle, different creators tell a lot of different things. I know you're very consistent because I've come on your live plenty of times. So number 1, was Didi's nose broken? And number 2, were those bruises on Gypsy's knuckles, where they come from?
I don't know where the bruises came from. You know, another content creator wants us to believe that it's because she was scrubbing her floor like this.
But
no, not how it happens.
No.
There is a lot about, there is stuff about Nicholas biting her and things like that. And he talks about it, but it's not that. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if it came from punching. I don't know, whatever.
The knuckles that are prominently bruised would be the knuckles that you punch with, though, that I've noticed.
Right. So if you were to think about it like this, I was doing it the other day because her knuckles are bruised on both sides right here, right? So if you're thinking about punching somebody, those are the 2 knuckles that hit. The others don't connect. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Those will connect first.
And you can punch a nose and not break it. I explained that earlier.
And she did have, in the autopsy, it did show where there was some type of blunt force and then the jab. Like, so she could have been punched. That could be a bruise from a punch.
Right.
It's very strange that her knuckles are bruised like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me on your panel. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, Mama Bear.
Hey, sorry, my I don't know what happened there. My phone glitched.
Yeah.
It's okay.
No, but somebody in the comments earlier was asking about the bodies of water near her old house. So there are 4 relatively close to that area, like right on the same road. So I was I sent you pictures, but and I also sent you the things I found on Mr. Jeff Harkey.
Thank you so much. I have so many emails that I have opened, read, and closed because I haven't been able to respond. But guys, I do read them.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Max start helping me get through them, or one of the girls from our team.
Yeah.
So if I haven't responded to you, it's not because I haven't seen it. But thank you for sending that, Mama. I really appreciate it.
But about the Harkeys, so all my brothers and sisters, we all have different dads. Like my mom got around. Just gonna say that. But my sister, my middle sister, she'd be like the very most middle sister. Her aunt married a Harkey, and every Harkey that I've met that is even related to them, they're all corrupt. Like the Blanchards, they're just in it for the money.
Right.
So.
Right, like I said, so in my opinion, if the corruption that I believe is happening in this town goes as deep and wide as I think, then there is no thought process that wouldn't include the medical examiner's office as well.
No,
Sorry.
it's not even just that town. It's like the whole state of Missouri.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I know. I've got approximately 3 to 5 other cases that I've looked at in that area. So
yeah, it's the whole state's like that. It's not just.
It is, and it's a trafficking hub for lots of things. It's a lot of things, guys, and there's a lot of questions being asked and a lot of answers that are being skirted and have been for years. Yeah. But thank you, Mama. I appreciate it. I just opened your email and you said something about he moved. So you're saying that the Jeff Harkey that did this, he moved from Illinois?
He moved from Illinois to Missouri in 2013 after he was in a case with a girl that had OD'd. And he testified in 2017 in a trial for that girl, stating that it could have been that, or it could have been somebody else did that to her.
And then also a case of 3 bikers were found dead in a hotel, you said?
Yes.
And he guessed
what
sorry.
they went from.
Okay. He guessed, so he couldn't even, what you said here is he couldn't even do an actual autopsy on them. It shows he guessed what their cause of death was.
Yeah, he said it could have been malaria, it could have been Ebola, it could have been something else. It could have been carbon monoxide poisoning. He don't know.
Wow. Wow.
Right.
All right, Mama. Thank you so much, sweetheart.
Thanks for coming up.
Okay. Emmy, you're up. No? Okay. Oh, well, maybe that's just sleep.
That's the snoring. Isn't it cute?
Oh, I love it when they do that. They're so
Isn't it
nice.
cute?
All right, guys, I know. So, okay, if I want to get through the last part of this, I'm not going to take any more questions right now. If you have questions, you can send them in to tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com.
Yeah, right. I knew it was a dog too, Sophie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
it was a dog sleeping. Who knew?
Oh, here's the video about asking about David Blanchard. I do want to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can get that down.
He's gonna come visit me tomorrow. He comes in. Yeah, he's gonna come visit me tomorrow.
I don't see what happened there. Let me try and play it one more time, see if I can see what's happening. Oh, I see. Who is David Blanchard?
Yeah, he's gonna come visit me tomorrow. He comes in. Yeah, he's gonna come visit me tomorrow.
Oh, she did. That is interesting. Mm-hmm. Somebody asked that and she read it, she huffed, and then she... She does get real nervous there. Very, very interesting. All right, let's get on to this last part here.
Right. It said, what did the message say? They're asking what it said on there. What Gypsy saw. What was she seeing? The message?
Yes, she was seeing the message of who is David Blanchard.
Oh, they asked who he is?
Yes.
Okay, that's what it was.
Where is that news article we were doing? Hold on, American history. I had it up and now it's... just give me a second. Okay, I think I've got it here. Is this it? Yes, okay, so here we go. All right, so we'll go down here. Now, I didn't get to read the first thing that I was talking about where they tell you, where Mahali gives you guys the actual breakdown of what he says. I will do that tomorrow on a short video for you guys so you can read it. Okay, so, and you guys can hear it, but it's very interesting. It's not at all what a lot of people think he says. All right, so the first day of the Godejohn appeal hearing in 2022, at 10:14 a.m., defense calls their first witness, and it's Stacy Sullivan. She's a counselor at the Waukesha County Jail. She recalls interacting with Nicholas Godejohn at the jail at the time of his arrest in Wisconsin in 2015. By the way, this is ky3.com, 2022-8-9, Greene County judge deciding Nicholas Godejohn's murder conviction appeal. He says that following his booking at the jail, he was put in a mental health unit for observation. The defense counsel asked her to review evaluation records taken at the time that Godejohn was first evaluated on June 16, 2015. Sullivan reads the evaluation record for the court. It indicates that he was diagnosed as having autism and Asperger's. She screened him for his mental state upon entering jail to decide if he needs treatment from a psychiatrist or any other care. Sullivan confirms that he was diagnosed with autism at age 15 and heard voices. That's not exactly the way it goes, but close enough. The record states that Godejohn was receiving federal benefits for illness. Sullivan continues to say that Godejohn had thoughts of unaliving himself. He tells Sullivan that he is only worried about his girlfriend, Gypsy Blanchard, at the time of their arrest. Sullivan documented that he was nervous at the time of the evaluation because it was his first time in jail. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. She says he was relieved to hear about the jail process, but was worried about how Gypsy was being treated. He was tearful. Sullivan says Godejohn was vulnerable and says they were concerned for him being around other inmates. Oh, this is heartbreaking, I'm telling you. After the initial evaluation, Sullivan continued to evaluate Godejohn 3 additional times. Now, mind you, this person is not called at all by his defense attorneys the first time. Just so you guys know. Despite the fact that, they were told in the offer of proof that their psychiatrist that was being the expert witness for him was not qualified to determine deliberation or any of that. But, hey, they didn't think. They're going to say that later.
Right.
So, okay. She saw him 3 additional times until he was removed about a month later. Her notes indicate that the patient is asked about adjustment. He replies that he mostly does CrossFit puzzles and sleeps to cope. He states that he continues to worry about Gypsy. It's making him uneasy. She said that during the additional visits, Godejohn lacked emotion. So after this, he kind of shuts down. I think he goes into this kind of like shutdown mode of, I'm not going to show my emotions because then everyone will think I'm crazy. He says he's coping better as time progresses. He prays, takes care of himself, and visits with family before being moved to Missouri. Sullivan is asked about her opinion about how Godejohn is coping. She says overall, a mental health unit was best for him. He wasn't concerned about his charges, but worried about Gypsy. Sullivan states she wasn't contacted by any investigators or Godejohn's attorneys. Prosecutor Dan Patterson questions her now, and he asks her about a note on her records indicating that Godejohn does not appear to have any mental health issues or needs at the time of the initial evaluation. His speech was clear and oriented to person, place, and time, behavior calm, appearance clean. His thought process was within normal limits. A few days later, he was evaluated again with the same findings. Same notes were made during the last visit with Sullivan. The only reason I did what I did was to be with my girlfriend is listed multiple times on his evaluation reports. Defense asks more questions. She asks about notes indicating Godejohn's mood. Sullivan states that he is depressed. Patterson asked if all inmates say they are depressed when they go to jail. Sullivan says yes, and the witness is executed. God, I hate Patterson. I just fucking hate this guy. I fucking hate him.
No, I do.
I literally cannot stand him, and I told him to his face I cannot stand him. Sorry, Abby. Okay.
The fact that he says it's the worst case of child of,
fucking asshole,
ABUSC you'll ever see or hear of, then where have you been living?
And then he goes on to say that the murder wasn't abuse motivated. So
right.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 1047 defense calls Paul Curry, Godejohn's uncle, Godejohn's mother's brother. He states that Stephanie passed away in June of 2021. Curry states that he lived with his sister and Godejohn when he was a baby. Defense asks if he knew if there was complications with Godejohn's birth. The prosecution objects, and it's sustained. Defense asks if Godejohn looked normal as a child. Prosecution objects, states that Curry is not a doctor and that his appearance as a child is not relevant at the time the crime was committed. The defense attorney states that Curry's opinion is relevant and that a doctor would have asked. Curry states that Godejohn was different from other kids. His thought process wasn't as developed as normal children do. He asked about Robert Godejohn, Nicholas's father, and Stephanie Curry's relationship. The prosecution argues that the line of questioning is not relevant. The judge allows testimony of Curry's interactions with Godejohn over the years. He states that his nephew didn't know how to relate to people and lacked communication skills. Curry states that on one occasion he was bullied but didn't realize it because he lacked the ability to comprehend what was going on.
Right.
He further states that he witnessed Godejohn often talking to himself. He wasn't cared for or taught basic hygiene practices. Curry states that during high school, Godejohn lived with his father. Post-high school, Godejohn moved back with his mother and her husband, Charles Godehammer. That's when the defense asked if that's when Godejohn was assisted in filing for Social Security benefits. Curry states that as Godejohn got older and moved back with his mother, he was mostly on the internet and often argued with his stepfather over content he was viewing online, implying that it was explicit in nature. The prosecution objects and testimony continues. I do want to make a note that Mr. Goldemeyer is a registered SMEX offender. The same. I don't know why, but he is. I have never looked into it. I should probably look into it.
Yeah, that would be something.
I'd like to know more about it. I just haven't had a chance because I never had Nick's story really that great because of being blocked from it. And so it took me, I kind of just let it go to the back burner until I started looking at his case this last year of 2023 and this year and going to school and trying to understand what was going on.
Right.
Okay. So Curry states that he visited Godejohn while in jail in Wisconsin. He describes Godejohn's behavior as confused, unsure of what was happening, and that he was worried. The defense asks if Curry was contacted by anybody prior to Godejohn's murder trial. He says no, murder. TikTok shop. Curry states that if he asked, he would have testified to the same information during the Schmurder trial. He says yes. The prosecution has no questions, and the witnesses were dismissed. So then they go into recess. Now the defense calls Amber Morris, Godejohn's first cousin. Her mother was Godejohn's mother's sister. She says that she spent a lot of time with Godejohn between the ages of 8 and 13, often spent time at home Godejohn shared with his mother. Morris states that the children were often left alone while women went out. She testifies that Godejohn was not able to use the stove to cook meals, but she was. She is 2 months older than Godejohn. Morris says that she feels that Godejohn's mother ignored him, shunned him, and often left him at home alone. She states that he wasn't taught proper hygiene and he wasn't cared for by his mother. He was often dirty and neglected by his mother. Morris states that Godejohn spent a lot of time alone and then his mother wanted him to stay in his room. As they got older, she states that Godejohn didn't develop proper social skills. They went to middle school together. She states that he was awkward around other children. Morris states that she didn't believe that he got proper nutrition. She says that Godejohn was in a special education class during his time in middle school. He was with other kids who had disabilities. His homework was elementary school level versus her homework that was appropriate. Morris was asked if she and Godejohn talked about his condition. She says he confided in her that he wanted to be accepted by other kids their age and communicate better. She states that she was maturing and that he was regressing as they entered in their teen years. Morris says that Godejohn wished that he was different, that he could be more of a normal teenager, social with friends. She states that she didn't see Godejohn very much after he moved in with his father as they started high school. Morris says she and Godejohn talked about his relationship with girls. She says Godejohn changed after moving in with his father. He spent more time online. Morris states that Godejohn was nervous around girls and awkward. She states that he did have a girlfriend at one time, but never met her. That was on his phone with her all the time. He was infatuated with her. Morris states that she was not contacted by anyone prior to Godejohn's trial, but she would have testified to the same information if asked. And of course, the prosecution has no fucking questions for her either, because, why would they?
Right.
So then the court goes into recess. They come back at 1:30. Now, Dr. Theodore Wasserman, this is Dr. W., pediatric neurophysiologist hired by his current defense attorney. So they have him up there for about an hour and 20 minutes. There's a lot that he does talk about, and I can't wait to get this footage because it should be available soon. So Wasserman explains his education and qualifications. He evaluated Godejohn in March of 2022, along with previous records of evaluations, including police interviews. He testifies that Godejohn is on the autism spectrum and has difficulty functioning like people with the disorder, without the disorder. He asks about the videos Gypsy Blanchard sent him using her persona as Demona.
Thank you.
Who ordered him to behave a certain way for his consequences. Godejohn's ability to exist outside the role play video of Gypsy as Demona sent to Godejohn played for the court. In it, she calls him her slave and outlines the consequences if he does not obey her, including not having contact with Gypsy. I guess you have static, Mac. I don't know what's going on. You want to drop down and come back?
I have a lot of static?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, drop down and come back. Do I need to drop you down? Okay, whatever. All right, so Gypsy Wasserman says the threat that Demona made to Godejohn were dangerous. He said the video of instructions and text messages programmed Godejohn to unalive Dee Dee Blanchard or lose Gypsy. Wasserman says that based on his autism, he was susceptible. He states that Godejohn asked Gypsy to run away even on the day of the murder. She refused and said she wanted him to unalive her mother. So then they go into recess. Mac, are you going to request again, baby? So then at 2:35, there she is. At 2:35, defense plays a video of Gypsy Blanchard walking into her mother's bedroom and making the jabbing motion towards her to her Dee Dee Blanchard's pillow. So that's the video that we've seen, that she does this, you're going to do this, and she does the 4. This is the KY3, basically the breakdown of the entire 2022 two-day hearing for him.
Right.
I'm not live on YouTube. No, I'm sorry. I'm not.
No.
But I will put this on YouTube so you'll be able to catch a replay. All right, Mac, I don't know what's going on. You still have some stuff, so I'm just going to mute you for a minute. You can unmute anytime you want to go ahead and do something. Okay, so they say the video was instructional and sent to Godejohn. Wasserman talks about another character, Ruby, introduced to Godejohn. By Gypsy. Text messages received the day of the murder contained more instructions to be carried out by Godejohn. The police interrogation videos were discussed. Wasserman says Godejohn's autistic behavior was evident. I agree. Godejohn continues to say that he was worried about Gypsy. He says that Godejohn's reading ability is at a fourth grade level. The written Miranda rights were at a 6th grade reading level. He says that Godejohn would have had trouble understanding his rights. Wasserman said that Godejohn told him that he argued with himself as he walked down the hallway towards Dee Dee's room over whether or not to jab her. Wasserman says that Godejohn's way of thinking at the time of the murder was to please Gypsy and likely panicked. The defense attorney asked if Godejohn could have deliberated prior to the murder. Wasserman replied that Godejohn would have just been focused on the task at hand. Wasserman asked if Dr. Denny made any mistakes in his characterization of Godejohn when describing his level of autism. He replied that Dr. Denny's assumptions about Godejohn's condition were inaccurate based on his experience. Wasserman says Godejohn isn't able to function normally due to his autism. So at 2:54, the prosecutor questions Dr. Wasserman. Wasserman is asked if Godejohn could think. He says yes. He was asked about Dr. Frank's testimony from the murder trial against Godejohn. Franks testified that Godejohn said he gave his word to Gypsy that he would unalive her mother. The prosecutor said that was a year before the murder. Godejohn told friends that Gypsy was crazy for wanting to unalive her mother. He asked Wasserman if this was proof that Godejohn had the ability to rationalize as a person without autism, and Wasserman said it is possible. The prosecutor reviews the murder plan discussed by Gypsy and Godejohn and asks if Wasserman is indicative of a person who had the ability to make sound decisions. The prosecutor brings up Godejohn's persona Victor, who was a dominant vampire. So then the defense goes ahead and re-examines him. He is asked why Gypsy was saying in text messages to Godejohn. Wasserman states that she was giving Godejohn instructions. He said that Gypsy was always Gypsy despite the role-playing characters because she was never diagnosed with multiple personalities. He says it's a mischaracterization to think that the conversation Godejohn had with himself prior to the murder, it's caused too much pressure and he snapped. Now they go back into prosecution redirect. Wasserman is asked if Godejohn was actually talking to himself, indicating a rational thought process. Wasserman says he was having conflicting thoughts, and that was what he meant by arguing with himself. At 3:13, Wasserman is dismissed and the court's in recess. Then the final one for this day is Daniel Glidewell. He says the defense attorney calls Daniel Glidewell. He met Gypsy at a convention. Glidewell kept in contact with Gypsy via video chat. He says that Gypsy told him her mother made her stay in a wheelchair and had unnecessary medical treatments. So maybe she knew what Munchausen by proxy was long before anybody else. Interesting. He says that her relationship developed from friendship to a sexual relationship. They would send explicit videos to each other. He discusses how they role played occasionally. He referred to Gypsy as being shy and timid. He says he developed a taste of power exchange role playing from her. He said she would send, pictures without clothes on, dress up in costumes, and use various fictitious names. Glidewell says he was injured and that Gypsy visited him while he was in the hospital, and she told him that she wanted to go to Arkansas to restart her life. Now, this Daniel Glidewell, Daniel T. Glidewell, does live in Springfield. He does have a mother who has a farm in Arkansas, but so does the other guy. So there were several computers that were taken into custody. Okay, so then there's no other questions from the prosecution. They don't even ask him a damn thing. The witness is dismissed and the court's in recess until Monday. So now I got to scroll up here to the top because it goes through the second day. And the second day is more interesting to me than the first day. So hold on. Oh, it goes backwards. Hold on. I got to go back. Okay. So the second day, man. So it starts at At 9:30, the court is in session. Defense enters a withdrawal of images found on Gypsy's camera for the record. Defense attorney Jenny Young is asking the court to admit 104 videos into evidence. That's a lot of fucking videos. What do you think, Mom?
104? That's a lot.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Explicit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prosecutor Dan Patterson does not object, but does make the note that the dates of the images cannot be confirmed. Young is also asking to admit local newspaper articles into evidence, as well as articles and videos from local television stations, and a copy of the HBO movie Mommy Dead and Dearest. So this is when they're going to start to talk about how Mommy Dead and Dearest and the other things that were put out there. Yes, they were admitted, but we do not have them yet. They have been sealed this whole time. I've already put in my FOIA. Amy put in a FOIA. Everybody's putting in FOIAs. Trust me, we will have everything as soon as we can. I don't know if anything is still sealed. I don't think so. Okay, so let me go up here and explain. Oh, this is a long one. Hold on. So, court in session, defense calls attorney and current Webster County Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Andrew Mead. Mead was one of two of Godejohn's public defenders during the murder trial. Oh, so now he's an assistant prosecuting attorney, but at the time he was a public defender. Because his trial is over, Lindsay, at the his appeal process is over at the state level. Anything else will be federal and Supreme Court and post-conviction relief. So, okay. So Mead was one of the two of Godejohn's public defenders during the murder trial. He states he did not have a role in hiring or screening experts for criminal proceedings, but he did work with them, particularly Dr. Franks. Dwayne Perry, the lead attorney, questioned him. Mead says that Dr. Franks was hired to determine if Godejohn was competent to stand trial. Dr. Franks diagnosed Godejohn as being on the autism spectrum. Mead states the theory of defense for Godejohn's case was murder in the second degree based on diminished capacity. Mead says the defense didn't hire a neuropsychologist to evaluate Godejohn because, I don't do that when I'm trying to, defend a guy. I don't hire experts that know what they're talking about. Nah, why would you do that? He says it didn't occur to them until after trial, except it occurred to the prosecution enough for the offer of proof to be 65 pages where they basically tell you that your witness is shit and you should get a different one. And you argued, oh, hey, I really think he's the good guy.
Right, I know. He's the one.
He's the one. He should do it all. So... the team was satisfied with Dr. Frank's assessment. Of course they were when you got, shithead freaking horrible public defenders that are part of the problem. Of course. But hey, whatever. Young asked if it would have been helpful to have an expert weigh in on Godejohn's condition in reference to autism and Godejohn's relationship with Gypsy. It could have further explained his autistic condition to a jury. The defense team also did not call family as witnesses to Godejohn's condition. They relied on Dr. Franks' evaluation. Mead said they didn't have a reason not to talk to family about Godejohn's mental condition. Mead is asked about deals offered to Godejohn by the state. He does not recall seeing that information. Young asked Mead about a motion he filed in the criminal case regarding Godejohn's 15-hour detention and interrogation, asking the court to suppress it as evidence. Mead recalled the video showing Godejohn sitting alone most of the time and talking to himself. Young asked Mead about his argument that Godejohn was handcuffed most of this time and his emotional and mental state was suffering. Also states that Godejohn's Miranda rights were not made clear to him, and says the detective was given information on Godejohn's mental condition or how it's affected his ability to understand his rights. Young asks Mead about Dr. Frank's experience with the autistic parents. So that means that they did tell Mahaly that, hey, he doesn't understand this shit, and she still continued on. So now you've got a real problem with Mahaly.
Yep.
Yeah. And I did not have a problem with Mahaly before this, but man.
I know.
Young asked Mead about Dr. Frank's experience with autistic patients. Mead said that Dr. Franks has some experience, but was not qualified to treat someone with Godejohn's mental condition. Yet they didn't think... Young asked if there was a reason why Mead didn't hire an autism specialist, and Mead said No. Young asked about the defense trying to move the case to another county. Young asked him about the media attention the case got. Meade says the story made national news and changing the venue to get an unbiased jury may not have been possible. Wow. Young asked about Gypsy's proceedings being streamed online. Meade said he was not aware of that. Yeah, because, as a lawyer, I don't pay any attention to what's going on in the case with the other person being charged. Young asks about the HBO movie Mommy Dead and Dearest airing before Go to John's trial and if Meade saw it. He said he wasn't sure when he saw it. Young refers to Meade's statement during pre-trial about setting an impartial jury due to media publicity and that most of the evidence was presented in the HBO show. So basically he's lying. He has selective amnesia, I guess. Meade states that he was unaware that evidence in Gypsy's case, which is the same as in Go to John's case, was leaked to the media at her request. Oh, but Patterson knew, and he didn't charge her. I have that in writing, too. Meade recalls a lot of media coverage and the effect it would have in seating a jury. Meade reviews a letter from the state that indicates a request for an interview by Go to John from ABC 2020 special about Gypsy. Young asked Gypsy's Dr. Phil 2-day interview that aired on television prior to Go to John's trial. Meade states that he and co-counsel Dwayne Perry watched the program. Gypsy talks about Go to John. Young also asked about a local television interview with Go to John. Young asked about Meade's concern about media coverage and prejudice in selecting a jury. Young asked about a motion to change venue, though it was not filed or mitigated. So they didn't even file it. They didn't even bother. Young asked about Meade's knowledge of selecting a jury would be difficult due to heavy media coverage. He states that he was aware. Meade conducted potential jury questioning. He asked 80 people if they knew about the case. So many heard about it that the question was reversed and they were asked who didn't hear about the case. Only 13 people said they did not, and more than 80% of the potential jurors formed an opinion. Young asked why Meade didn't ask to dismiss potential jurors on or move the venue. He said he didn't have a reason. Young asked about Meade's opinion about the court statements to potential jurors that you will know more than what you already do by the time Go to John's trial is over. Meade says he thought it was helpful in that it would reset potential jurors' minds and that they would get the real story during Go to John's trial. Young asks if Meade has knowledge of judges avoiding the media to protect cases, and he says yes. Young asked if Meade questioned 19 potential jurors if they saw any media coverage. He says he doesn't remember. Oh, that's selective amnesia. I hate when it happens. Young says the record states that he did not ask them. Young reads the record that states that most of the jurors who sat on the panel did see media coverage before the trial through the defense, though the defense did not ask them. Young asked if Meade had a reason why he didn't ask jurors if they formed an opinion. He did not. Great lawyering he's doing here. I mean, just great lawyering. Don't you think, Mac?
He's an excellent attorney.
And now he's a prosecutor, so
Yeah.
11:05. A clip of Mommy Dead and Dearest is played in court. It shows Gypsy talking about a relationship with Go to John. She says the relationship got weird and that Go to John started talking about those letters, those letters things that they like to do in the bedroom, those letters. Yeah. She says she didn't know about it. Lie. She looked it up. Lie. She ultimately agreed to Go to John's request to roleplay. Lie. She talked about Go to John's ex-girlfriend sending her a message about Go to John being a bad guy. Lie. She actually reached out to her. She states that she didn't believe it, but then Gypsy says she did. Meade asked about the clip and if positively portrays Go to John. He says no. Meade agrees that the footage would not have been allowed in court. Fabulous. Good job there. Second clip of Mommy Dead and Dearest is played. It shows Dee Dee Blanchard's body. It then shows Go to John's police interview. He asked about his desire to grape Dee Dee Blanchard. He said it occurred to him, but he didn't. The clip shows Gypsy stating that she would rather have Go to John grape her than her mother. The investigator asks if they had sex after the murder. He says yes. Go to John is asked by the investigator what smex means to him. He states he believes it's a consensual act. He states that he did bite her during smex. The clip then shows Gypsy Gypsy stating that she asked him to stop and didn't. A photo of her neck was shown in the HBO show, but not entered into evidence. Young also asks Mead about the comment made in the clip that states that the murder was premeditated and if it was concerning, and he said that it could affect a jury. Really? Wow.
I couldn't have guessed that.
Wouldn't have guessed that. A third clip of Mommy Dead and Dearest is played. It shows prosecutor Dan Patterson's interview. Yeah, because that's not a conflict of interest or anything. Young asks Mead was concerned about potential jurors seeing it. He says he's not sure. So he's not sure that, Patterson already basically said that the guy is guilty and all the guilty and
Yeah, and Lauren.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is in the appeal from 2022. A clip shown from the program Gypsy's Revenge. It shows Go to John in prison clothes and a KY3 clip of Go to John Pryor arrest at a McDonald's restaurant. Mead asked if it was concerning if potential jurors saw it. He says yes, it portrays him in a negative light. I'm glad that we can agree on that.
Right.
I'm so glad that,
Yeah.
And by the way, he was already with Gypsy when that happened, and she does, and then she does nicely mention it to the officers that bring her in when she says, I really don't know what I'm here for. I hope my boyfriend did anything stupid. He got in trouble before at McDonald's, and I just had to smack him upside his head. So if he did anything, I'm just gonna be so mad at him. I'm gonna smack him right upside the head.
What in the...
A second clip is shown from the program Gypsy's Revenge. It shows the SWAT raid on Go to John's Wisconsin home. Go to John's interrogation video shown. Investigators ask him if he loves Gypsy. He says yes. Investigator says that if he loves Gypsy, he won't let her get in trouble. This is leading a witness. This is inciting a confession.
Right. If you really love her.
Right, Gypsy is shown. Officer tells her that her mother is dead. She cries. No tears came out of those eyes, though. Video shows Go to John's confession that he committed the murder for Gypsy. The jabber and package that was sent from Springfield to Wisconsin were also shown. Mead is asked if he was concerned that this aired before Go to John's trial, and he says yes, but he didn't do anything about it. He's concerned, but he didn't do anything about it. It shows footage of Dee Dee Blanchard's childhood pictures. This is a third clip, and interviews her family talking about her. Rod Blanchard is interviewed about Dee Dee. He says he never met anyone like her. He says she stood out. Video shows footage of Dee Dee. Young asks about Mead's concern for potential jurors seeing this footage, and he says yes, because it humanizes Dee Dee for the jury.
Right.
A fourth clip is shown for the program Gypsy's Revenge and Gypsy's account of the murder. She knows she wanted to stop it, but it wasn't able to. Mead is asked about his concerns, and he states that the clip mitigates Gypsy's role in the murder. Lie.
Mm-hmm.
A fifth clip is shown. Thank you so much. From the program Gypsy's Revenge. Gypsy is seen talking about Go to John, telling her that he would do anything to protect her. She asks if he would murder her mother. He said yes. Video switches to Go to John's Greene County Jail interview. He states that Gypsy made it clear that she couldn't be with Go to John if Dee Dee was alive. She states that getting rid of her was the only option. Mead states he would be concerned if a potential jury saw the footage because it doesn't allow them to make their own impartial decisions about the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't say.
You wouldn't, yeah.
Wouldn't guess. That's 5 clips from Gypsy's Revenge. 3 clips from Mommy Dead and Dearest. Oh, it keeps going. So a clip from 2020 program Gypsy Truth and Lies. It shows Gypsy talking about Go to John being controlling, and that she forgives him but no longer loves him. Mead states that he would be considered because he would consider this being, concerning because, it's untruthful. A second clip is shown from the 2020 program Gypsy Truth and Lies. It shows Go to Jan checking into the hotel. Gypsy is interviewed saying she took the medication to calm her down before the murder. Go to John is seen describing the murder to an investigator. Gypsy's interview states that she wanted to stop the murder but was too scared. Video then shows they checked into a hotel. Mead says that he would be concerned if a potential jury were to see it, it would sway their opinion. Mead is questioned about why he didn't question potential jurors about media coverage they saw prior to being seated on the panel. He said that he didn't have a reason why he didn't ask them. So basically, I'm just a shit lawyer, and I don't know why I didn't ask him. Remember, this is the prosecuting attorney now. Unfucking believable. Mead is given a copy of a report made about a forensic exam of Gypsy's cell phone. It states that there were 2 items of interest: first, photos and videos of a walkthrough of the schmurder, including Gypsy making a jabbing motion. A second item shows pictures and videos of Dee Dee's room, including another walkthrough of the schmurder about a month before it happened. The report states that it appears to be documentation showing Godejohn what to do to execute the schmurder, produced by Gypsy prior to the schmurder. Mead is asked if it was presented as evidence during the trial, and he said, no, we didn't think to do that. No. So then a clip of Gypsy's phone is played of her walking around Dee Dee's bed and making a jabbing motion. Mead is asked if it was presented as evidence during the trial. He said, no. Still pictures of the video were shown to Mead. He was asked if he entered them into evidence to show the jury. He said, no. He asked if he had a strategic reason not to. He said, no. Pictures of Dee Dee sleeping. He asked if he had a strategic reason not to. He said, no. And he's excused. So Judge David Jones asked Mead if Mead thought about asking for lesser charges such as an involuntary murder or schmurder. He said no.
It's unbelievable.
Okay, so the court is in session. So now the prosecutor is going to examine Mead. Yeah, he's still been denied a retrial. Yep. Mead, Patterson asks Mead if he understands that HBO is not a local television station. He's asking if Mead understands the defendant understands the weight of the crimes they commit. He says yes. He asks if he's aware of any deals for appeal made to Godejohn and that they were denied. He states yes. Patterson states that that the initial strategy was a bench trial before Judge Calvin Holden, and Godejohn waived a jury trial and Holden recused. Interesting. Godejohn withdrew his request for a bench trial. The trial was heard more than 3 years after the crime. Patterson asked if Mead there was an attention given to trials such as crowds, protests, etc. Mead said he doesn't remember that there was. Patterson asked if Mead understood that there was overwhelming evidence that the Godejohn planned and committed the crime he was convicted of. Mead says yes. Mead is asked about the electronic forensic report. He reads the report. It says that Godejohn had a lot of bookmarks on his computer browser of porn and grape. Mead reads the report about Godejohn's personal folders, such as documents and downloads containing porn, grape, and bondage. There were images about, that shit, that letters thing. There were video games installed. Patterson indicates that Gypsy couldn't have introduced the sexual activity to him if he had this content saved on his computer. Seriously? Seriously? Seriously. So, because he had seen it, she couldn't have possibly introduced this to him because, he had this on his computer, but it doesn't say when he had it on his computer, by the way. There were video games called, had introduced the sexual activity to him if this content had saved on his computer. Patterson asks a series of questions pertaining to the premeditation of the schmurder. Mead answers, I don't know, repeatedly. Patterson refers to Godejohn's Greene County Jail interview with KOLR, stating that he wanted to tell his own story. Mead isn't sure if it was before or after a motion to, suppress. Young questions Mead. She asks if duress was the defense. He says no. She asked Mead if diminished capacity was the defense. Mead confirms. She asks if he was aware that his client was autistic. He says yes. Young asks if Mead knew what type of media was aired about the case. He says no. Young asks if he asked potential jurors about media they saw before they were seated on the panel. He says no. Mead confirms that he believed Godejohn to be autistic and would think through the mind of an autistic person. Young says, but you didn't think to hire a neurophysiologist or psychologist? And Mead says, no. Mead states that Godejohn talked to the media against his advice. Gosh, I hate when that happens. Mead states he didn't take his advice. He says he's not sure Godejohn could understand the dangers of talking to the media prior to his case. Young asked if Mead tried to get an expert to explain the ramifications of Godejohn talking to the media, and he said no. So now public defender Dwayne Perry is called to the stand. He's the lead on this case. The defense attorney questions Perry. He is asked what he remembers on the state's theory behind the crime. Perry states that the theory was that Gypsy and Godejohn teamed up and deliberated to commit the murder. Perry is asked if he knew that Godejohn is autistic. He says yes. He confirmed that he hired Dr. Franks to determine if Godejohn was competent to stand trial. He says this was because of his medical condition and his history. He states that Dr. Franks' findings were that Godejohn had autism and is competent to stand trial. So they're saying that basically he's competent enough to aid in his defense. I don't know how in the world we could determine that he was competent enough to aid in his fucking defense. He says that Dr. Frank's findings were that Godejohn had autism and competent to stand trial. Then he goes on to say that Dr. Franks also states that Godejohn had diminished capacity. So, really? Perry states that he didn't ask him to verify that. Of course not. Why do a follow-up question, for God's sakes? Dr. Franks told the defense team that Godejohn had diminished capacity and went with that defense theory based on his report. Perry confirms that he learned that people with autism have difficulty with social cues. No shit, you don't say?
Yeah.
So has he like lived in a bubble his entire life where he doesn't understand anything about autism?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus fucking Christ. He says he's aware of this information prior to trial. Perry was asked about Gypsy and Godejohn's online relationship, including best videos and messages. He states that he knew of it. Perry also states that the decision to proceed with diminished capacity request was already decided prior to reviewing the communications between the pair. Perry is asked if he remembers that the state rejected Dr. Frank's review based on his lack of experience with autistic parents or patients, and Perry says he felt the defense should still go forward with using Dr. Franks as an expert witness despite the state's objection. Fabulous. Tell me you're not an incompetent lawyer without telling me you're an incompetent lawyer.
Right.
Allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment and educational purposes only. Perry says he felt comfortable with Dr. Frank's review of Godejohn. Perry doesn't recall ever having a reason to call upon an expert on autism on Godejohn's behalf. Only the whole fucking case. I don't fucking know. Perry states that he didn't think to hire an expert to rebut the state's expert, Dr. Denny. He states that he doesn't recall thinking to hire an expert to rebut the state's medical expert. He said that he relied on Dr. Franks. Perry is asked if he investigated Godejohn's mental health with his family members. He says he talked to some of the family, but is not sure if he spoke to them about diminished capacity. Yeah. Perry states that he did not speak to Godejohn's father and stepfather, but could not reach that he did speak to Godejohn's father and stepfather, but could not reach Godejohn's mother, Stephanie Goldemeyer. Perry states that he did not speak to any additional family members. Perry also confirms that he never asked for Godejohn's Waukesha County jail records, including the mental evaluation, but he says it seems like something he would have liked to have known. Wow. He says that he was not aware of the information, but he says it seems like something he would have liked to know. Perry recalls the plea deal that Gypsy made with prosecutors. He recalls a plea bargain made to the state, but it was rejected. Perry is asked about a letter Godejohn wrote to him asking about making a deal with the state. He says he vaguely remembers. Perry says he's not sure that he remembers the letter, even though he reviewed a copy while on the stand. In the letter, Godejohn says he wants to know exactly how the conversation between Perry and Patterson went and why the deal he wanted was not agreed upon. Perry says he doesn't remember talking to the prosecutors about any deal. There were two.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. Didn't he just say that he vaguely remembered that there... Then the defense attorney states that there is a record of 2 plea offers extended to go to John, but he rejected it because he wanted a lesser sentence, something closer to the sentence Gypsy received. Perry agrees that mitigating factors could assist with the first-degree murder charges, including people with mental disorders. Perry says he did not consider hiring a medical expert in autism to assist him with Go to John's case or the communication with Go to John. Perry is asked about pretrial publicity, including the HBO and ABC shows, as well as Gypsy's interview with Dr. Phil. He states that he doesn't remember, but says he doesn't dispute that it happened. I'm like ready to fall out of my fucking chair.
No, I know it.
Perry recalls that some discovery in Go to John's case was aired on television shows featuring Gypsy Blanchard. Perry is asked about a KY3 report about Go to John's crime involving a pornography at a McDonald's restaurant in Wisconsin. He says he doesn't remember that report, but remembers the state may have entered it into evidence. But, you know, Perry states that he did not file a motion for change of venue. He states that he knew Dee Dee Blanchard was not viewed favorably by the community. It felt that it helped the defense and was not a reason to move venues. He states he didn't think the community would see Gypsy as a victim. Yeah, but as the mastermind behind the crimes, he states he thought the publicity would help Go to John's case. He was not concerned. He was most concerned about how Dee Dee and Gypsy Blanchard were viewed by the Springfield community. Perry is asked about Gypsy's testimony that she said that Go to John was the master and she was the slave. He recalls hearing that but not specifically during the trial. He also remembers Gypsy saying that it was Go to John's idea to role play and that she was indulging him. She states that Go to John sent her a script of what to say and how to ask. The defense attorney refers to a video in which Gypsy calls herself Demona and threatens Go to John. Perry says he doesn't remember specifically, but remembers that most of the videos Gypsy recorded were pornographic.
She a dirty, dirty girl.
So then they go into recess. So now at 3:10, a video of Gypsy as Ruby is played for the court. She is describing herself as the evil side, and I've read this many times, this actual freaking thing. She is calling Go to John her match. She is describing all the ways they can be bad and commit crimes together. Perry is asked if he's familiar with the video, and he says he is. And Perry is asked if he played the video for the jury to show that Gypsy manipulated Go to John. He said that he didn't, but says the video does show that and that it should have been played. Perry is asked about mental examinations being conducted and admitted. Prosecutor Dan Patterson asked Perry about testimony given by their medical expert. He also asked about plea deals extended to Go to John. Patterson asks about the evidence against both Gypsy and Go to John, with Gypsy being the mastermind. Perry agrees. Judd asks about Gypsy being called a witness against Go to John. He states that she testified that the murder was her idea and Go to John did what she asked. Defense asks about Gypsy cooperation with Perry. Perry is asked if the murder was planned. It may not mean that Go to John contemplated it with cool reflection, but through the lens of an autistic person. Perry agrees. Perry states the defendant is entitled to competent counsel at all times. Wow, I'm so glad that he agrees that, Nicholas should have got an actual fucking lawyer instead of these yo-yos.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just like fuck. Defense rests. The state has no evidence to present. The judge tells the defense they have 45 days from today to file their suggestions for the outcome of the case. The state then has 15 days to file a suggestion. Each side will then have a chance to rebut the other's filings. And that went on for a good long amount of time. And of course, Nicholas was, denied.
Right.
Denied. So there you have it, folks. It's like 101 on how to frame a mentally incapacitated person for the unnecessary murder of a woman who did everything and anything for the person that actually murdered her.
Right. Yep.
And how to frame him completely, and how ineffective assistance of counsel plays heavily into whether or not you can actually get, the plea deals presented to you. It's absolutely and 100% illegal for them not to present every plea deal to their client and allow their client to have the ability to turn it down or counter.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it shows how you can come out and make all kinds of money.
yeah, and then you can be, you can be an incompetent lawyer that didn't do anything to help your client, and you can become a DA in the county.
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, guys.
It's very, very, it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. Especially if you're anybody. I'm sure there's several people in the chat who either know or have, you know, somebody that's on the spectrum in their family, or, and yeah, I really feel that his parents, somebody should have been there with him while he was being questioned. 100%.
Oh, that's really nice. Did you know that my love group is now going to send my my actual mugshot that is from the actual time where I wasn't really in trouble for anything and the judge apologized to me? They're going to send it to my school now, because they sure as shit know that they wouldn't want her to claim she's a student who in their right mind would suggest she should be a lawyer. April is so fucking delusional, and it's actually quite scary how her mind works. You know, Belle, thanks, cats meow. I love you over there, don't you know?
Oh, wow.
You know, do you understand that convicted murderers can actually become lawyers? Did you know that? They can go and they can do it, and they can actually become lawyers.
Not saying you did, though. Make sure you make that clear.
Not saying I did, but I'm just letting you guys know that felons who commit murder can become lawyers,
Right,
you dumb
right.
folks.
But you are not a felon. So
I'm not a felon. One more time. Not a felon. Keep on calling me felony fancy every single time I will log it, so that when I'll go to my right. Well, you know, keep on calling me felony fancy and doxing me and putting all these things out, because you know what it does? It makes my case stronger against all of you.
Yep.
A good one from the good wife. Serving up one dumbass.
Yep.
One dish at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I do have court tomorrow. Yes, I have court tomorrow. Yep. Yeah. And then I have an interview on a podcast live. Everyone that hates me calls me felony fancy when I have no felonies.
Yeah.
Never have.
Yeah.
Not one.
Nope.
Mary Jane, I don't know. That's a really good question about the eye drops. I know that has been a way to unalive someone before, and I do think it goes kind of undetected. Detected. But I don't know. I'd have to look into that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and Resident Midnight had to chime in and say that please do that. It would make my whole day.
Well,
you know, so
because
you
I
know,
have no life.
Yeah, because I have
life, it's no life. That's why.
So it wasn't enough for them to try and get Colleen's nursing license, you know, ripped away.
It really
and
doesn't matter
her life
what they do.
destroyed. You know, now you're going to try and keep me from getting my degrees. Fantastic. That's not going to work, dumb fucks. Just so you know, not going to work. Didn't work with Colleen either. Yes, Nakasha Cooper does. Yeah, you can overdose somebody on eye drops. Let me look it up and see if it would be detective. Can you use I know you can drops to kill a person, and would it be detected in the blood? Can this go away? I hate when oh God, this is so annoying. I hate when you get on a site and it gives you all these freaking like commercials above what you're trying to freaking read. Let's see. But most importantly, don't put Visine eye drops in someone's drink. You could unalive the person. Just look at some recent eye dropping news. On Thursday, Lane Sue Clayton was sentenced to 25 years in prison for voluntary manslaughter. The former Veterans Affairs nurse and South Carolina resident has pled guilty of putting Visine eye drops in her husband's drink. No, she didn't have bad aim. She admitted to doing this deliberately and surreptitiously. Her husband, Stephen Clayton, ended up passing away after 3 days. I do remember this case. To voluntary manslaughter and tampering with food or drugs after she admitted to giving her husband, Steve Clayton, drinks laced with Visine. There's also Joshua Lee Hunsucker, a former paramedic in North Carolina, who's been charged with first-degree murder, as described by Mark Price for the Charlotte Observer. This ABC News segment described he allegedly used Visine eye drops to poison and eventually kill his wife, 32-year-old Stacy Robinson Hunsucker. So for comment on these, they reached out to Visine and Johnson & Johnson for comment on these, and I will update here and accordingly. It says eye drops like Visine, Murin Plus, and Clarine are marketed as ways to get the red out of your eyes. You can thank tetrahydrozoline for helping do this. The tetrahydrolazine is a chemical that is many of these drops. It is a member of the imidazole family that can serve as decongestants. Vaso stands for vessels, as in blood vessels, and constrictor means make more narrow. So your eyes may be bigger than your stomach, but these body parts are just not the same. That's why you don't typically eat your contact lenses. It can be absorbed through your gastrointestinal tract into your main blood circulation much more readily, and then travel to your heart and central nervous system. There it can get the drop on you and slow your heart rate and lower your blood pressure to dangerous levels. It can also lead to a drop in body temperature, a coma, and of course, death. Even relatively small amounts can be toxic. The smaller the body size, the less is needed. So yeah, I don't know if it would have shown up. I'm assuming it probably would have, but I don't know. So there you have it.
Yep.
All right, guys, I am tired. My mouth is tired, and I am ready to wind down for the night. But man, wow.
I know.
Just wow.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, I'm making sure.
Yeah, I hear you. I
can't find, I'm looking for it. I can't find anything about jabbing a corpse opposed to jabbing a person alive.
I haven't been able to find that either. I will ask about it to the doctors and the death investigators that I bring on to this. Just wow. Just wow.
He and the thing is, when you see him in interviews, he still has a very lighthearted attitude. Like, you know what I mean? It's not like, grr, I'm in jail because of her. You know, he's upbeat, and I don't know that.
That's very hard. It's just really sad all the way around.
It really is.
And there's a lot about the actual defense team, not the defense team, the prosecutor bringing in an old retired man. There was a whole scandal about all of that. This is the gift. This is the case that keeps on giving. It just never, ever, ever, ever stops giving.
No.
And it's just insanity.
Like we were saying, you get one direction, you get spun in another one.
Right, right. So, oh, and by the way, I don't read your Reddit shit, guys. I just get sent them. So,
right, just so you know,
we're just running your mouths over there to your whole 80 some odd people, and
it would make my day.
People talk. They're just so
make someone's day with that.
Yeah, they're just ridiculous. They're just ridiculous.
I did see Vance. I forgot to tell her about that actually, JC. Did you see the part where NC was talking about jabbing a pig, that she did it just to see what it was like?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, her and her daughters did it in their backyard, and it was disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I remember in biology we had to dissect a fetal pig, and I had a very hard time with it because it very much felt like human skin. It was very creepy. I wasn't able to. Yeah, my partner had to finish because I was like, this is really weird. But they can do everything that they want to fucking do. It doesn't matter. We're still going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that there is ways that I want to reenact this, you know. I do have a friend that has a clean room and reenactment center, and I am going to reach out to her, but I also may, you know, have a different avenue for that as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we want to do for this documentary that we're hoping to start filming
I would love
at
to
the end
have
of this year and next
like
year.
a Dexter type person, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Can you be in it, Lauren? Well, when we have the auditions for jury members, you can submit, because our jury members will be just picked, you know, from people that submit and want to do it. You don't have to be anything specific or have a whole lot of freaking things, you know, behind you or anything. Just sit on the jury and watch. We definitely will have, you know, characters played by different people. I'm going to take the lead prosecution on this, and I've asked Brandy to help out on the defense side. I've asked Jen Liu from Ward Case Studies to help out on the defense side. Amy Ray, my two Amy's here. Amy Ray is going to be our judge. I don't know what the pay will be, Elaine. No idea. No idea yet. We have to get a full budget and everything, and we're working on that.
$5 and a cup of coffee.
I'll do it for free. Yeah. So, I mean, it may be something like that. I don't know. It might be something where we pick our you know, most whatever viewers. We're just all trying to think of different ways, but we're definitely going to do this. And so the documentary is going to be, it's going to be part talking about our journey to truth. I'm actually thinking that there may even be like a whole 3 seasons in this, because if we do the first season of Gypsy, I'm wanting to come back and do a second season of a Nick trial without all of this stuff, you know, like, so trying to make it
proper
really,
trial.
yeah, like a proper trial for him with, you know, things that would be presented for his defense. I don't know. I mean, go figure. There's actually exhibits and things that they should do. I know Joseph Scott Morgan. We're very good friends. At this time, he's contracted with a company for his body bags, and he's not able to take on other projects right now because of that.
And
but that doesn't
always hogging them.
Yeah. And I hog him a lot. I like Joseph a lot. He's been on our podcast and on our YouTube channel.
No, I said Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace.
Oh, Nancy always hogs him. Yeah. So, you know, we're working on that, but it's going to be part about the journey to truth, and it's also going to be showing the different sides of investigating this and taking it to a trial. And that's what I think is the important thing to do. I feel like that is, you know, I feel like we should be able to have seen this. We were all robbed of this, and I just think that it's time. I think the public needs to know the truth. I think that the public deserves the truth, deserves to hear from someone other than the fucking Blanchard family for the last 9 fucking years. Can't we all agree that they have said more than enough of anyone ever?
Right.
Like, it's just, can you all just shut up, sit down, and go away, please? We're really tired of it.
I feel like all Gyp shit did was take everything that was wrong with her mom and made it seem like it was what was wrong with her.
Yep.
That's exactly what she did.
Yeah.
And she
I agree.
She knew what those signs would be. She knew how to be with, you know, because she knew.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. 100%. None of this was right.
I can't
I
wait.
love to get your autograph. I bought your book. We are working on a tour. I'm working on a book tour. So if you want me to come to your city, please. Do you unthink there'll be a lot of legal barriers in producing it? No, they've already done that. They shot their wad and they lost. Nope.
Yep.
No. The book is called The Companion to The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime, Season 1, The Murder of Dee Dee Blanchard. There's a Part 1 and a Part 2, and Part 3 is coming out. So if you want us to come to Cutoff, please, Nellie. I usually have a lot of security with me. I might come to New Orleans, but I won't come to Cutoff.
Yeah.
No, I'll come to New Orleans, though. In fact, I'm talking with a publisher's house that's down there. that wants to take on my next books and stuff. I'll feed you, I promise. Will you take me to the balcony like Christy did? Because that was pretty damn good. But I really, really enjoyed I think it's the football player that owns a restaurant there that my daughter and I went to, and it was really good. Like Tony something or other. I can't remember what it was. It was really good. But yeah, we're working on coming across the country to you guys. You cook better than them. Hope so. I
crawfish.
Oh, the crawfish is so good.
I love that crawfish.
You kind of want to go to Cutoff. We could have an excursion to Cutoff for a day, if we go. Yep, you can buy it on Amazon, or you can buy a signed copy on thegoodwivesnetwork.com. We do have a special little VIP thing that we're trying to put together in each town. We are going to have a party bus that will pick you up, and you will get to hang out with me and my crew, have some wine, and dish true crime. And so we think that if I've seen it all over the internet of women asking for this, and so I really very much think this would be so much fun for a VIP experience. And then, of course, we'll do a show and a book signing and all that good stuff as we travel across the nation this next year. So that's it, guys. Thanks for tuning in tonight. I appreciated it.
Thanks for all the gifts. Thanks for everybody being here. Appreciate everything. Coming up, being on the panel. Everybody was pretty good in chat. It was a nice live.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good. And well, Natasha Cooper need not apply.
Yeah, right.
Neither can the Reddit people, just so you guys know.
Oh, thank you so much.
But, they've got some special things coming. So that's not a threat.
No.
That's a promise.
Yeah, right.
As a promise.
Right.
And I'm not threatening you with bodily harm. I'm not going to try and just destroy you from the inside out. I'm going to do it legally.
Yes, you can't.
You can't what?
You can't sit with us.
You can't sit with us.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it illegal for you to do so.
You're not allowed.
Oh my God. Okay. I know Natasha never leaves the recliner.
Fetch happen.
We haven't heard from her in a while.
Mm-hmm.
She's supposed to be at my hearing tomorrow morning. I'm very excited to see her there. All right, guys. Have a good one. Right. Have a good one from the Good Wives. Serving up true crime, one dish at a time. Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Mwah.